Some of you guys want to stand over here, you can.
Well, thank you, sir.
Good morning.
They raised it because they can. Everybody's attention to their heels.
I will.
They either for tax or for the solar. They're sworn in, so not to this meeting. That doesn't have to be, that's the next one. We didn't want to put the application on, see what policeman or something, no doctor. Yeah. He's good, deputy.
I'd like to call this meeting to order. This is a public hearing on the tax levy for Edgar County. My name is Jeff Boyd, and I'm the chairman of the board. We have board members sitting at these tables here. I think some of you are aware of who they are. This morning, we're gonna have a hearing to discuss the levy. We'll ask that you stand where you're at, and you'll be given 5 minutes to discuss or make comments about the levy. But before that, I would like to take a couple minutes and describe a couple things to you, which I hope are helpful. Number one, the template that the state gives us makes it look like we're increasing taxes by over 100%. That's not correct. The 105% that describes the tax, or the state feels that anything over a 5% increase, you have to have a public hearing. They call that 105%. So that's number one, taxes are not doubling. The original levy calls for a 7.34% levy. And it's not just the county tax, it's other agencies. That covers the retirement fund for the county highway department, the bridge fund, the community health fund, federal aid matching tax funds we use at the highway department to match federal funds, county board of health, tort immunity, which is our insurance policy, Social Security, and the extension, the Illinois Extension Office. They have a levy. And last year, the levy was $1,071,000, or $5,071,000. what we put out was an increase to 5.44 million, which is a 7.34% increase. However, over the last few weeks since all of this has come out, we have all the board members have talked to a lot of community members with their concerns. So we have reviewed the budget, or I'm sorry, the levy, and we feel comfortably, and we won't stop doing it, but we feel at this point we can drop it to well below 5%, which means that this hearing wouldn't have been necessary. But it is still necessary because you have a right to tell us how you feel, and we appreciate that, yes.
I don't believe, did you
Oh,
state the two
I'm sorry, it
ambulance
also
services?
covers the 2 ambulance funds. This whole levy covers that also. So it's a all-encompassing levy. And I think the template that the state gives us gives us to use is kind of misleading for you folks. So I hope that clears up a couple of points. At any rate, back to the cuts, we went back and took a look at some of the things that, I hate to say it, the sheriff's office, but maybe we can get by with one less car replaced this year. But it's that kind of thing. And we looked at some of the special funds to make sure that we're using the funds correctly, not correctly, but we were levying the sufficient funds to make it possible to operate those funds. So that's where we're at right now. I hope that helps a little. We'll do the best we can at accommodating anybody who wants to talk. We may have to recess and then we come back into session later on. But, so whoever would like to start it off, yes, please, Dan.
I would like to ask a question.
Yes.
My name's Eugene Joyne,
Hi, Eugene.
and hello. And I would like, if you could, to clarify the corporate and special purpose. What exactly is that fund or levy? The
Well, that would include
corporate,
what,
the corporate, if I understand correctly, is your general fund, but I don't understand what the special purpose, and are those tied together or are
Yes.
they separate?
They're all tied together.
So,
All the funds I just read are all tied in to the corporate fund and special funds.
okay. I do have a follow-up question.
Yes, ma'am.
When I did the math, I come up with 0.16. So, and
That's just for the general fund.
that's just for the general fund, so was it eliminated to get down to the 734?
You add all of those funds together.
Okay.
All the funds I read are including the 1.25 or, and you add that all together, and that comes up to 5.443.
Okay.
7.34.
Yeah, 734 is
Well, I
what
was giving them
ended
the
up
total $1 million. I was talking about the dollar.
with. Yeah.
That all adds up to the 7.34.
Yeah, I was just doing the percentage.
Some funds went down, some funds went up.
That
Okay.
was what I surmised from what I read, but I just wanted
Go
to
ahead.
clarify.
I just want, to your question, the county general fund tax went up 16%, retirement tax 22%, highway tax 8%, the bridge 15%, mental health went down from last year, federal aid was up 4%, county board of health 5%, tort 6%, social security 1%, and extension was a little bit less than last year. Those are the breakdowns. But so you average all that out and you
Sure.
come up with the
The
7.
7, okay. Thank you so much.
No, great questions, Eugene. You don't have to ask questions, you can also make a statement, however you would like to do it, okay? Other questions?
So the retirement went up by 22%, you said,
Yes.
and that's a pension, so every year, rest of your life? Is that what it was, the pension or something, retirement? How does that work out with your guys' retirements? Is that like you guys, or who's all included in the retirement?
All the county employees are members of IMRF.
Okay,
That's one of the funds we're trimming.
so why did it go up by 22%?
Well, it's not going to,
It's not going to?
no,
Oh.
no. We are in a unique situation, though. We are well-funded and well-vested in our policy, or our retirement fund.
Well-funded wouldn't mean we're getting our taxes raised.
Well, I mean, we're staying up. A lot of agencies aren't taxing enough, and so they fall behind, and sooner or later, it's gonna come due.
Because see, I don't understand what a levy is, or the tax abatements, or what all this is, or even how you got into this predicament. Could you guys
We're not in a
describe-
predicament.
Well, I don't understand why our taxes are getting raised if we're not in a predicament.
Well, it's just like your household. Our insurance has gone up. For the last 2 years, our liability insurance has gone up $150,000. Yeah, it's well, not quite double, but health insurance has gone up 65,000.
No other options out there, or are you just sticking with the plans we know, not?
No, we seek other bids. In fact, we got 2 extra bids this year, and it would have driven up the annual, or the monthly fee by almost $400 per individual. So we're doing, yes,
Would
please.
you please explain IMRF to folks and who qualifies?
Anybody that works 1,000 hours or more qualifies for IMRF.
I still don't know what IMRF is.
The Illinois Municipal Retirement Fund, sorry. It's a quasi-state, it's under the state auspices, but a separate board handles it. It's not like the unions or the retirement fund that the state of Illinois employees have. It's a fund for municipalities and counties.
And you have to use that?
Yeah. Yes, you do.
Am I allowed to ask a question?
Yeah, absolutely, Dan.
I think I asked before, tort immunity, $750,000. Could you explain, I still don't understand why it's that much, tort immunity. Maybe the people don't understand that either.
Well, think of the first part of it is like your house policy. If somebody falls on your sidewalk, a house burns down, a tree falls on it, and that covers the buildings, and it's also your auto insurance, okay? And that policy is running about $550,000 a year to cover all of the county,
Yeah.
okay?
It just seems a lot of money.
I agree.
It is.
It is a lot of money. Then we pay, sometimes I have trouble with work.
A consultant.
Well, no, I'm thinking about when somebody gets injured.
Oh, workers' comp.
Workers' comp, unemployment all come out of that. Okay? And we're expecting about a 50.
Did we ever put that out on bid?
Yeah,
Every year.
every year.
Okay. It seemed like a lot of money.
Certain legal expenses.
And legal expenses,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, I realize that, yeah.
yeah.
If
I'll
somebody
get you,
files a
sir.
lawsuit against us, they'll pay something.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
So, Andy Kirby, 11 Country Club Road. Our taxes went up recently, just probably a few months ago. I don't know why that was, but, you know, my insurance, or my house payment went up $750 in 1 month, so, because of property taxes. So, how are you guys gonna address that when, you know, I can take the $750 hit a month, but I know many, many people who can't.
Right.
And then, you know, you guys are gonna hit us with this one. I can't imagine taking another hit, when we just took a $750 hit per month. So, I mean, you guys are, everybody's gonna leave Everett County, and you're not gonna have anybody to pay taxes.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
we gotta figure out something different, and we can't just keep raising taxes because the houses are gonna foreclose, all of our properties are gonna be worth nothing because you're gonna have 100 properties that's gonna go back to the bank.
I
So-
wonder if all $750 was property tax, or whether,
It was
what's the
400 was property tax, but then they make you have a
PMI?
reserve.
Yeah, and then the insurance is included in on that too.
Yeah. So, I guess what's the plan there? I mean, you can't just keep raising taxes when we just got a tax increase.
Actually, the rate went down, the assessments went up, and I don't know, without getting into other offices and their comments, the assessments, you had a quadrennial assessment here in town. And I don't know how much that's gonna be a problem. The state of Illinois continually forces every county, not just this county, but every county. They come out and we send in paperwork about what we think is assessed, your house, your business building, what they're worth. Then the state looks at it and goes, no, we're not gonna give you a multiplier of 1. We think you've underassessed things, unless you wanna go back and adjust it. They may put what have we had, a 1.03? We've had a 3% increase, haven't we? Just on the multiplier, which makes a big difference to all of us. So yes, we have to solve some problems here and continually. But until the state somehow addresses how they do property taxes, we've been fighting, remember Babe Woodyard? We fought by his side for years to try to get something done with property taxes. They shouldn't be the basis on which the services that the state demands that we offer you, that we're mandated. And that's another thing they do. They say, okay, now you've gotta have this, but they don't give us any money. We've got 2 funds that we get from the state that they've cut several $100,000 a year to us. So we've gotta come up with some way to still operate and do that. I mean, we've got trouble just like your household has trouble. Yes, ma'am.
Well, just like the grocery tax and everything, you know, Marshall, they dropped theirs, you know, but Paris is still the same. I mean, that wants everybody to go to Marshall to grocery shop, because
I mean, my bills go up every year and I gotta figure out how to make it, but like, you know, is there any end in sight of this? Are we gonna bleed more next year, or what's your 5-year outlook on this?
It's not optimistic because all of our expenses are the same as what you have running a business. Our utility bill is almost doubled this year.
I don't run a business, I work at factory.
I business, home, wherever you're at. We all got bills. Yes, Lisa, and I'll get to you guys.
I want to point out that some of the levies on here, the county, maybe not you individually, but the county voted to have these services. So community mental health, that's the 708 board, that's HRC. HRC is the agency that provides those services. County Board of Health, this is a small portion of, because the rest of their budget they receive by grants and services. Extension Education, University of Illinois Extension. You guys passed that you wanted that service many, many years ago. The 2 ambulance services, those were passed by you as an agent, as an organization, as a county. So if you don't want those, or you want those levies decreased, then that's a process, and that could happen, but that's on the county to determine what you want. And, you know, there are a lot of things that you see on your tax bill that are not on here. The school district, community college. Community colleges, that's a lot of money.
Your
And that-
township?
Township. Not that any of those are bad or evil, but those are all a combination of why all of our tax bills are high. So look at the whole thing, and not that that's an excuse, and I'm not trying to say that. Look at the whole thing. There are a lot of factors that come into play on why our taxes are so high. But you all play a role, or can play a role, or your ancestors did, or people that no longer live anymore. But there are a lot of factors on why our tax bills are high. But yes, we work on this all year. And we're all taxpayers too, so we don't take this lightly, and we're not throwing it on anyone else. We live it too. But I just wanted to provide that little bit of education as well.
Paris has not really been known.
Yes,
for
ma'am.
its
She was
so we
next.
can
I'm
like
sorry.
change those. You know, we don't have to keep these programs and eliminate them. You know, if we can't afford them, get rid of them. You know, know, maybe when we get back into a good spot, we can get it back.
But we as county board cannot, those were voted in, they would have to be voted out, so it would be a process.
Well, we can do that.
Ma'am in the back, excuse me.
Okay, I have a couple questions.
Yes, ma'am.
One, I had called the city because I live in the country, but I also own a house in town. I called the city a year ago and said, do I have to have a building permit to put up a carport or a garage? I was told, nope, because and I said, what's my taxes gonna raise? That's gonna determine whether I build an actual garage that makes my value go up, or I put a carport that I can remove. I was told that I could put it in, my taxes would not raise because it is movable. It is not on concrete, that I could put it in. This year, I get a notice at the house with the tenant that we have to measure the carport because now I'm being taxed on it. It's a movable object. Why am I being taxed on that, and why did the city not know the rules of the county?
Dina?
It's been the county policy for probably 40 years that anything over a 240 square foot building, we are one of the largest counties in size. Most counties will allow up to 100 square feet or 160 regardless of what it is, and it is assessed. That's a statewide pretty much policy. There have been numerous blasts that have went through offices across the state. We are one of the larger ones. We allow for a 240 square foot structure. Does it automatically give it a portable assessment? Because we have an 8x10 stick-built shed that will be assessed. But if it is movable and it's less than 240 square feet, that's the county policy. I cannot explain for the city.
But my question is, how did they not know their own
They
policy?
should have directed you to the assessor.
But they didn't, so is there somebody that can make the city do their job? Anybody in here that can do that?
That's another public hearing, ma'am, and I don't mean to make fun of
Okay,
you.
well, that's the
Can we
first
schedule
one.
that?
The
That's-
second one is, how is the jail being paid right now with the funds, the new jail? How's it being paid right now? Because I'm being told by someone that we're paying, the taxes are paying it, even though we were told it wasn't.
No.
Okay,
And they-
can you confirm that? Because
It's being-
someone told us that, and so I wanna know, how is it being, all of a sudden now we have these raises in taxes. Our Crispin Fire, or Police Department can't even get body cams, but yet we have all this money that you guys are taking. My township doesn't even fix the darn road that I live on, that I call and complain about all the time, and nobody will fix anything there. So I just wanna know where our taxes actually go, not the bull crap answers that you're gonna give. I wanna know where they actually go. And I'm not trying to be mean, I'm just saying, I'm so over this, and finally, you have people that are tired of it and are showing up
Yeah.
for once to a meeting.
Thank you.
Amen.
Okay, do you want me to answer the question now?
Yes, I would like for you to answer anything, honestly,
we-
though, honestly.
We have a 1% sales tax, safety tax, that pays for the jail. And that's
that was
what's used.
voted on by the.
But
And
is
they
that
voted-
truly happening, or are you guys lying about it? I mean, I'm being honest with that question.
We are
Are
not-
you being truthful?
Yes,
about that?
we are being truthful.
Okay?
Yes,
Okay.
I've been
We'll
on the
go with
board.
that, because there's not gonna be it's not gonna be solved with you saying you're being honest, and I'm gonna have to take you for your word on that, because I have no idea if you're telling the truth.
I've been around on this board for 15 years.
I understand that, and
That
that's why
doesn't
I
make
think the
me-
whole board should be
There's a lot of
replaced,
personal
but somehow.
Last 15
Last 20 fucking years, it's been the same people talking about that.
Nobody votes you guys in,
Stop.
or nobody votes
Hang
other
on,
people.
hang on. No swearing in this
Free
room.
speech, bud. Move on.
No, that crosses the line.
It's free speech.
Don't do it again, please. Yes, ma'am.
No, I'm just saying, like, I wanna know where our tax, because I'm over it. I'm with these people saying, we'll move to Indiana, because it's getting ridiculous how much we pay. Or anywhere other than Illinois that the taxes are at least normal and not outrageous, and you have nothing to show for what you're doing. I wanna know, because you look at like our roads, half of them are crap.
Road in the subdivision.
Yes.
They're terrible. The ones that don't get the roads all the way around all the time. they're bad. They have holes in them. We call, patch, that's all we ever get. Don't do the dead ends, you just do the patching.
We don't even get.
So I wanna make sure you know that none of what we're talking about in the levy deals with the jail, or the townships, or the city. Those are separate issues. I mean, if you've got problems within Chrisman, or Paris, or Hume, or wherever you're at, those issues are not part and parcel of the county highway department. The county highway department takes care of county roads, and as asked, assists the townships. Okay?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Jack Hoffman.
Hi, Jack.
Go back to something you said earlier. You said if it had been under 5%, you wouldn't have to call me.
That's correct.
So you can, being a layman, that means every year you can raise the rates up to 5% without calling me.
According to the state.
Okay, so I just need to know that. Okay.
Well, but we discuss these at open meetings. We don't have any secret meetings.
Sure.
And we start working on this in August and September. So we'll do a better job of posting so you know when we're doing it, okay?
Is Facebook the only way you let people
Wait a
know?
minute, you've had plenty of comments, let's let somebody else talk. Who else has questions?
Hi,
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, thank
Good
you for
morning.
having this meeting. Two brief things. One, I think it might be very beneficial for the entire community if we could potentially take the budget and maybe define the categories of what falls into each one. So it's very clear and concise, just maybe a little.
That will be done
Baseline.
after today, it'll be online. Yes.
Perfect, let's share that.
But
My
it's always
second,
online.
Well, yeah, the budget,
and
we're
just
now
kind of
up.
share what falls into those categories. We
Yes.
learned a lot
Yes.
this morning.
Yes.
Second, as a community, what proactive approach are we taking, maybe partnering with very similar communities with the economic development as Paris, the needs of Paris, to kind of do some cross collaboration, pick up some best practices? Maybe there's some things that other counties are doing that we could apply here that may be able to help.
Lisa's our representative that goes to state meetings and so forth to bring us, we can't all go.
Of course,
So we have Lisa who goes, we take a look at the agenda, I'll just let you answer, sorry.
Yeah, and again, he said it, but I want to make sure you're clear. Different entities are responsible for different things. So if it's a township, if you're in a township road, that's a tax, and that's, you vote your township folks in. If it's the city, same thing. By law, we have pretty specific claims. There is a Regional Economic Development Corporation. They are not super active, but yes, I do go to county meetings, and it's like any organization if you go to that's larger than yourself. You do learn, and we're constantly learning. And I know that daytime meetings are not necessarily easy for all of you to attend, but if you go to our county website, edgarcountyillinois.gov, all spelled out, all one word, all of the minutes, all of the budget, everything is on there. It is accessible. It is not hidden. So, and you go to, on the website, you go to board, and you see our agendas, you see our dates, you see everything that is official that is put on there. And our clerk and recorder does that in a very timely manner after every meeting.
What was the website again?
EdgarCountyIllinois.gov.
.com.
.com.
Is it still,
Yeah, the website.
it's still .com?
The
Okay.
emails are .gov.
Say it again. Say it again.
EdgarCountyIllinois.com, all spelled out.
Jeff, you might want to explain on the cost of the jail. I think people don't understand that it's not really tax money as such. The people in Edgar County actually pass it's a 1% sales tax on things that you buy in the store. Has nothing to do with property tax, right?
You just explained it,
It's a
Dan.
safety tax is what it is, and it's on stuff that you buy. It's not on your property tax. So that's basically, that's not paying for the jail. It's over a 20 or 30-year period. But you voted on it. You voted on it.
Yes, Kurt.
Yeah, Kurt Allen. I want to highlight a couple things that are directly related to this. Now, this, as I understand it, you're not going to raise beyond 4.9%, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The gentleman that spoke, $700 some increase. if you look at your property tax bill and every line item on there, I'm gonna reference Dawson Township meeting we went to last night. Every single public body, by law, can raise your taxes up to 5% without any input from you whatsoever. And every lawyer for these units of government, fire departments, library districts, school districts, townships, municipalities, every stinking lawyer, if you're a lawyer, I'm sorry, every stinking lawyer says, we need to do that to keep up with inflation. Oakland, Illinois, Fire Protection District, one man convicted, the trustee, his father goes to trial, supposed to have started yesterday and it got postponed, over $250,000 of theft. They raised taxes every single year. They had more money than they knew what to do with it. You have to look at every unit of government and go to those meetings and ask an important question. Why are we raising the taxes? Is it because we can, or is it because we need to? There's a big difference, and you will find most of these units of government don't need to. I'm the fire chief in Kansas, have been for about 20 years. There will come a day when I'm not, and I'm looking forward to it. We have not raised our levy in 20 years. We have not. Why? Because we make sure that we're within our budget and we make sure that we are frugal with our money, and we don't do that. Now, I was a township supervisor. We didn't raise it for the 8 years before me and the 8 years I was there. The next board came in, went up, what was it, Tom?
$5 an acre.
Yeah, another $5 an acre. About 28% if I remember right. Because they allowed people in that road district to literally rob our money and use it improperly. The 1% tax for the jail, with all due respect to law enforcement, love you guys, when that passed, we were told that was a safety tax. It would affect all safety units in the county. I'm a fire department, run an ambulance. We've not seen a penny, not a single penny. Has any others? It's all gone to the sheriff's office. And no offense to the sheriff, I don't know if he's here or not, but doggone it, we were told when that tax passed, it would benefit all the emergency service agencies in this county. That's not true. And that's a personal one for me, because we were assured everybody was going to benefit from that. We haven't. Have you seen any of that safety tax in the ambulance?
We have a different taxing system.
I understand that. That wasn't my question. My question was, have you seen any of that? The answer is probably no. We have to be involved. I'm glad you're all here. I really am. But you're going to find that if you don't go to your school boards and start really putting eyes to paper, you need to go to your township meetings, your fire protection district meetings, your library meetings. There's so many meetings it's unheard of. But Dawson Township, $200,000 in checks written to two people, personally to themselves, in 6-week time. And last night the lawyer says you need to raise the levy another 4.9%. It's happening in every unit of government out there, and it has to stop. And your tort levy, with all due respect, Jeff, and I understand where you're coming from, if I want to sit here and drop F-bombs, you better raise your tort levy, because by law, the Supreme Court case says I can. That's free speech. And I know from a decorum standpoint, we want to keep things civil and professional, but if you go to cut someone off and you have that man arrested or you haul him out, you've just opened up Pandora's box for higher taxes, and it will be tort levy because you don't know what the Supreme Court has said on that issue. Don't make those mistakes. People are angry. I'm angry. I'm angry at our township. Tom and I can talk all day about that because we've fought for years to keep those taxes down. You have to come to meetings and you have to put eyeballs on it and you have to ask good, solid questions. But this 4.9%, they didn't even have to have this meeting. And I'm glad you did. I appreciate it.
We could have canceled it. We didn't want to.
I understand, and I appreciate that, but this is what happens when we, the people, trusted and just blindly trusted.
Yeah.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt.
I got one.
Yes.
I don't understand why, when people donate money, or they pass away and they leave a chunk of money for a certain thing to be done for the community, and it's not done. There's no money. I've asked about one particular incident for almost 30 years now, and I still haven't got an answer. Is what the heck happened to the $1 million for the park, East or Westlake Park, for the water slide and the pool? You gotta have stuff to bring people in. We have nothing to bring anybody in here
We have
for
nothing
nothing.
for our kids.
Nothing for, that's what I'm saying, nothing for the kids. Man, I went out there, I was My mother took me out there when I was a child. I loved it. Everybody loved that place out there. You got rid of all the amusement stuff out there the kids would love. It was awesome, the train. But there's $1 million missing. And I have yet to be told what we, the last thing I was told on that was, we had to use that for surveying. How in the hell you gonna use it for surveying when you own all the ground there? It's crazy.
That's strictly a city issue, and we need to address the city council.
And the county too. You guys got that horse track out there at the fairgrounds you use for trotters.
It's not our county.
Well, I mean, there's things that this town can do that they don't to get people to come.
Well, I can go along with that. My name's Mike. I run South Fork Homestead. And this past October, we had 27,000 people come to Edgar County to our place. 99% of people here have never even stepped foot on the property. These people come from far away.
Yeah.
They pass through the county. We get feedback every day about attitudes and opinions about Illinois and the area. But our problem is, just like the county, as a small business, our rates, our costs have skyrocketed. Our liability insurance has increased 1,000% each year for the last 2 years, which is really questioning our things. Our property taxes for the homestead has increased every year for 10 years. As a seasonal business, if you break down small business, just the property tax costs $1,000 every weekend we're open. Our liquor license, $250 every weekend we're open. Our liability insurance costs about $3,000 a week that we're open. So we have to reel way back on what we do on our decision. We don't have the luxury of retirement or even increases in pensions or anything. There you go. Keep holding it back or keep holding it back to what we can deal with. And I think as a county and as a community, everybody needs to reel back any programs that they can. Cut it back to bare bones because the future is grim. It will continue that way. And I think I told you the other day on the phone, one input for the future, all insurance companies have retracted on how they pay for roof claims on properties. So going forward down the road, anything that's under 5 years old, they won't pay anything on it. To make a long story short, that's going to deplete the value of all these homes, because these roofs on all these houses, old homes in town, are going to deteriorate. And people ain't going to move in there, they're not going to buy them. So that's a future problem that's going to be down the road, which is going to make the assessment value of it just come to fall. And making, there's going to be more houses to tear down everywhere.
Thanks, Mike.
Hey, my name's Scott Myers. I'm a longtime resident, a lifelong resident of Edgar County. I own a piece of property just outside of town out here that every year when we get done, it costs me $600 a year based on what I pay in taxes just to own the property. That's $600 over what I make on it, and there's 20 acres of farmable land on it. We can't continue this. Your constituents are telling you that we cannot absorb any more taxes. And my question is, to go along with that, I own another 40 acres out there that I'm paying more in taxes every year than my grandfather paid for it in 1952. That's a yearly tax that goes on that piece of property. Whose job is it to go to the state of Illinois and say, if we want a 1-point increase on our taxes, and they say it's a 3-point increase, who pushes back against that? That would be my first question. My second question is, with all the things that we're doing that are costing us additional tax money, at what point can we say, we're gonna negate these items because we're budgeting this and we cannot make our taxpayers absorb any more money, so we're gonna cut these programs. So these are the programs we're gonna put out for vote that we're no longer gonna do. And when can that happen? And when can the residents of Edgar County have a say in which ones we support and which ones we don't? Everybody's got a budget.
You said there was a process, how do we start?
Well, we're gonna have to ask our state's attorney, are you talking like the health department, or are you talking about?
No, I'm asking who is gonna go back to the state of Illinois when they say it's not a 1-point increase, it's a 3-point increase. Who can push back to the state of Illinois and say, no, it's not. It's a 1-point increase. Who can we talk to say we don't agree with this? Or are we stuck?
Chapin Rose.
Okay. So the county has no power to do that whatsoever.
Niebuhr,
All right.
Deemer, yeah, those are your legislators. But unfortunately, you know what the political, hate to say it.
I do, we're stuck with the Democratic
Yes,
caucus right
that
now.
is, that is veto proof.
Okay, so everybody that's in here, let's remember that we're stuck with the Democratic caucuses now push through a bunch more taxes that we all don't agree with. And if we don't agree with them, we gotta do something about it.
Well, the other
And
day,
I'm sorry, I
No,
don't mean to
I'm
interrupt
sorry.
you, but if our list of items that we're spending money on in Edgar County is too great for us to handle, and we can't afford the taxes anymore, then we need to pick which programs we can do without right now and negate them. Lower our taxes back to where they need to be. And then as time goes on and we're more profitable, we can bring them back in. But if we can't afford anymore, we've got to choose at some point. I can't do this. I do it every day at home, and I make decent money. And I work hard every day. But when I pay $16,000 in taxes for farmland that I own, and I understand that, and I do a budget sheet for the farms that I run, and I develop that, and I have it scheduled out for the next 5 years. I'm not prepared to take a 5% hit every single year, increase, and be able to budget that in based on a consistent crop. Oh, sorry, I can't budget it in, I can't foresee how much we're gonna increase it. It has to be limited. And if it takes us limiting that and negating programs, then we need to do that.
we can as a, go ahead, Lisa. You're probably twins better than I anyway.
I see one elected official other than your county board in this room, and actually it's just around the door. So when Jeff leads our budget process, but he doesn't do that alone. Every elected official is responsible for their budget, and then Jeff is not responsible for offices that are run by an elected official. So, as we said here recently, it's a negotiation and we hope everybody plays nice. But realize every elected official, county elected official, is responsible for their own budget. Now, I'm not saying any of them go hog wild or do things that aren't appropriate. But again, you elect them and you can have those conversations. The other thing, and Jeff, you can speak to this better than I, the highway department tax that the feds make a requirement that we max the levy. But I can tell you, part of that is, if we don't max that levy, then we can't do bridges. And there are how many bridges?
2 in process right now.
2 in the process right now. We have 4 bridges, 2 are in my district, my township, that are getting replaced with 100% federal funds. Now that's, and it seems crazy if you ever go out on Country Road, $1 million to build just a little bridge. It is disgusting, but the hoops we have to jump through. If we don't max that particular levy, we can't get federal funds. If we can't get federal funds, we can't do any road repairs on the Clinton Road. And Clinton, Forest Blacktop, and Lower Terre Haute are the 3 main roads. It is obscene how much it costs to do any of those things, and the county's portion of that bill is very small. But if we don't max that, you want to talk about potholes. So, and a bridge, every bridge that's over a certain 20-foot span, the county is constantly monitoring the health of those, and those are all on a schedule for when they get replaced. And you know, it's just like at home, if you don't replace them, pretty soon you've got a lot that need replaced all at the same time, and we can't afford that. So, that's just one line, and they aren't all like that, but just to realize, again, we're under some pretty tight restraints on what we do and do not have the ability to change. That's not to say that we shouldn't always be trying to change Leaf River when we are. There are a lot of things we'd love to do around here, like get rid of that dang, towards the end of its life, elevator that's in the middle of our beautiful courthouse. Well, that's not gonna happen, because that was $1 million and some too, and we chose to replace the roof. So, we aren't living differently than you are.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, Mother, I don't want to step on your toes by saying this. One question about the pension, you said it's 22%.
What I was just getting ready to bring.
22%, and you said it's not gonna be that, but you haven't given us a specific number. Okay. So my question is, in so many places, like where I work, been there 20-something years, I had a pension, but about 10 years ago, they phased it out. At what point, what do you contribute? Is it us that's totally paying the 20% or whatever it is? Or what contribution are you making to decrease?
It's split. It's split. It's 4 point some odd percent. 4.5 for the county, 4.5 for the folks. And the police, I'm sorry, the deputies is different because they're out there risking their lives protecting at least those
Just
police
like ours.
stations. So it's, we put in, I think, 7, I'm sorry, wrong person.
I thought it was 7.5.
It's 7.5 we put in, and they put in a lesser amount, but we do put in more for law enforcement. And to give you a specific amount, we'll probably be chopping off 25,000. That's one of the smaller budgets. That's why if you raise it 25,000, it proportionately looks higher than the 22%. So it'll go down to what it was last year, or maybe even less than what it was last year. Okay? Yes, sir.
Yeah, back to the potholes in the roads. I was under the understanding that, that was the reasoning by getting the Illinois lottery back years ago. They would take care of the roads and not schools and stuff like that. Let's
You know
try
what
that.
happened- You know what happened to that?
I don't know. That's what I'm
Well,
wondering.
let me give you a little, what I was gonna say earlier is, last Thursday, the legislature decided when you fill your gas tank up, you're paying Illinois fuel tax, motor fuel tax. Well, they're taking more of that, instead of spreading it around the state, they're gonna put up, give the CTA a bailout. I forget how much it was it $1 billion? In other words, we're waiting now to find out how much they're gonna cut their share of our highway department. It's
crazy.
Which day?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It happens all the time.
Yep. And just like I was at Chapin Rose's thing this summer, and we were talking about 911, and he said that, they got an increase in that, but Springfield grabbed that money and sent it to Chicago.
Yep.
Nobody
got nothing.
Nope.
Sir?
It's just constantly, they're taking stuff away from us. The state mandated, like at the jail, we used to always just have one jailer. They mandated we have 2. So we went from 4 employees to 9 employees. And now they're in the process of, with 911, changing the rules that possibly make that mandatory, that we have 2 people on duty 24/7. We'll go from 6 to 9 or 10 employees. Where's that money come from? They mandatory to us, but we have no money to pay for it.
Right. That's what they're supposed to do.
Sir, you had a question?
Yeah, Steve Comstock. I had a question on your pension and your retirement. You said you was gonna raise it to 7, now you're gonna take it back down to 5. How much of that 5, I don't get to raise my social security whenever I think I need a raise. You guys can raise yours anytime you want.
You're misinterpreting what I said.
How much of the 5% is the pension and retirement?
Nothing. It'll be nothing.
Where's it come from?
Well, the levy last year, hang on, gotta find the right page. The levy
220.
last year was 225,000. We're not gonna raise that, or if we do, it'll only be slightly at all. So part of that 5% is not represented in it all.
So we're paying you guys' retirement and pension.
Not ours, not
The
mine.
county.
No, we don't.
The county board.
County employees, yes.
And that's not part of this.
No, not at this point.
Okay.
All right? Hey, listen, we're gonna have to do a recess. We have other items that we need to take care of. And so about 11:30, we'll reconvene here if you would like to. Yes, sir.
I got one quick thing.
No, that's fine.
Look at this room.
Yeah.
at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Why is it at 9 o'clock in the morning and
My
not in the
exact
evening
thought- my
time?
exact
when
thoughts
people
too.
can come?
Absolutely.
It's,
so many
you know,
people that
getting on the
neglect.
school board, our meeting started at 5 o'clock. And personally, I thought that was ridiculous because people get off work at 5 o'clock and they might want to come to our school board meetings. So we backed it up an extra 15 minutes to give people time to get there. Why 9 o'clock? Jeff, I've asked that, I've thought about this forever.
We're all seniors here. There's no,
I mean,
there's
you
no
know, if I
working
wasn't
people
semi-retired,
here.
I couldn't be here. So
We're open to that
You know what I'm
discussion.
saying?
why can't we push it to a 6 o'clock meeting?
We will take that under advisement.
I
Yes.
appreciate it.
Kurt? Then that's,
I'll be real quick. I wanna piggyback on what Ms. Ellis said. In regards to having to max out a levy because of what the state says, the unfunded mandates. When I talk about all these units of governments, your township road districts have what's called a needy township fund. But you don't get any money from the state unless you've maxed out that levy. So it's a way to literally arm twist your township governments to max out their levy. Just like she was talking about with the county level. From a fire department standpoint, our grants, well, we've been frugal. We don't get grants because we've got money. We're not in debt, we're not maxed out. If we were maxed out on our levies, we stand a better chance to get grants. Why they do this is beyond me, but what he said about contact your legislature, you need to get to know them on a personal basis. And you need to be on their backside, giving them suggested legislative language and ask them on a regular basis, when did you go across the aisle and who'd you talk to? Because I can tell you, between John and I, in the last 15 years, we have pushed over 25 pieces of legislation that have passed across both aisles, almost unanimous votes, to fix these kind of problems. But it takes you, the people, to do that. It really does. It takes time and effort, and I know we all have work schedules, but the government has oppressed us to a point where we're here. We can't take it anymore. You all have to get involved, you really do.
The money that's been reallocated to Chicago, how do we know how they're spending? Is
We
there gonna
don't.
be this
We don't.
investment?
We don't.
We know.
I mean, are they gonna?
There's a process. You can find out. There's a process.
They spend it on the
okay, folks, we're gonna recess the meeting until approximately 11:30 right here. So if you wanna come back and talk some more, I'll be here, okay? I apologize, you know, I don't apologize for having the meeting. I wish it had more room and we'd allowed more time, but we scheduled another hearing on solar, so you're welcome to stay for that also. And the county board meeting, we're gonna shoehorn in there. Thank you, folks, we really, really, really appreciate it. Oh, okay, thank you. You're welcome.
8:45 in the morning.
Tina, sorry to put you on the spot there. I could have dumped more on you, but I didn't. I know. Hello there. Just super. Can't wait. I didn't know. I mean, they were trying to. I would have.
All right, if I show up there, I get part of it. Whole morning, sometimes I feel like whole morning for 50 minutes.
It's probably running for
Yeah, but
What's up with the heroes?
No, I take care of the computers. I'm not
We'll try to get through this meeting.
You don't need
Chris Ray.
I didn't figure this would take that long.
Hi, good to see you.
Jeff.
Alex, when we met.
Yes, I remember.
Good to see you again. Don't touch me.
I'd like to call the county board meeting for November to order. Would you all please rise and join with me with the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all for being here and being flexible. Mr. Clerk, would you call the roll?
Good morning, and yes, I will. Lawton.
Here.
Patrick.
Here.
Bruner.
Here.
Ellis.
Here.
Farnum.
Here.
And Voigt.
Here. We do have a quorum. Next, the minutes from October 8th, the regular meeting. You've had that in your possession. Is there a motion to approve those as presented? Russ moves. Andy seconds. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Claims again, minutes are accepted. Claims against the county. You've had those in your possession. Are there any questions or clarifications needed? Hearing none, motion to approve claims. Dan moves, Russ seconds. Further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Claims are approved. Polk County Board member claims. Are there any questions or clarifications needed? Motion to approve. Russ moves, Andy seconds. Further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. They are approved. Now we come to the portion of the meeting for public comment. This would be on unrelated issues other than what the hearing was for before. We ask that if you have comments, you restrict it to 5 minutes of discussion. Is there any public comment, please? Hearing none. Mr. Clerk, we need to appoint Samantha McCarty to the County Board District 6 to fill a vacancy created by Phil Luddington moving out and subsequently his death with appointed term to end November 30th, 2026. Swearing in will take place after the vote. Motion to approve her appointment. Dan moves, Russ seconds. Andy, I need to advise you not to say anything and not to vote, please. Is there anything, any need to go into a closed session for any reason regarding this issue? We have a motion to appoint Samantha McCurdy. Would you call the roll?
Certainly. Lawton.
Yes.
Bruner.
Yes.
Ellis.
Yes.
Farnum.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes. She is approved as appointment. We're Judge Sullivan here to do the swearing in. Thank you, Your Honor.
I, Samantha McCarty. Having been appointed to the office of County Board District 6.
Having been appointed to the office of County Board District 6.
And for the County of Edgar and the State of Illinois.
And for the County of Edgar and the State of Illinois.
Do solemnly swear or affirm.
Do solemnly swear or affirm.
That I will support the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support the Constitution of the United States.
And the Constitution of the State of Illinois.
And the Constitution of the State of Illinois.
And that I will faithfully discharge the duties of the office.
And that I will faithfully discharge the duties of the office.
Of County Board District 6 to the best of my ability.
Of the office of County Board District 6 to the best of my ability.
board welcomes you,
Thank you.
and please enjoy it. If you have any questions, all of us are available. All right, next item is a resolution to approve budget and levy for fiscal year beginning December 1st, 25 and ending November 30th, 26. We're obviously looking at this. What this approval does is put it on display. We can still adjust it. Did you want to talk about some of the changes that we could make to get us down to the 5% at this point? I'm sorry, what, Carl?
I have nothing.
Okay. I have roughed out a couple of items. There is a surplus in the budget of 36,000. We don't need to be levying 36,000 that we're not going to use and go budget. So I made it, instead of having 36,000, knock it down to 32. But all of this, what I'm going to do is we can discuss. Okay. The clock tower repayment, we're way ahead on that particular issue on what we have as far as surplus to pay that. Give me a second here. The clock tower has $112,000 in there, and a payment is roughly $24,000. So there's no reason for us to extend the full 36,000. I've knocked that down to 12, and that way we have a reduction.
Do you know how much longer we have? Not to put you on the spot, or you can tell me later.
A couple years.
Couple years, okay.
Yeah, we've got enough to go a couple of years.
Couple
without-
years?
Well, we've got enough money.
Okay.
We need to not be overstocking. So then we've got squad car. We owe $29,500 on the car we already have. We budgeted $75,000, so we could cut that down to $29,500. Okay, I'm just giving you thoughts. Flop, we're paying $18,000 a year. We upped that for some work. It's $2,000. That's debatable. We could cut that by 2. And then airport building fund, we have undescribed or unidentified use of $5,000. So, and most of our construction goes through the state anyway. So we have a contingency fund if we run into trouble there. So anyway, that's $119,000. And then if we went IMRF at least 25, or maybe 50,000, because we have enough surplus in that to hold us over. Okay, so that would equal 144,000, and would drop it like to 4.8, something like that. But then there might be other items that we could discuss and look at, and we can take a look at these closer. Maybe we should have a budget meeting sometime in the next week or so. Next week, Mr. Clerk, we could get everybody lined out so we could at least get a majority of the board there to figure things out, because we do not have to finally pass the levy or the budget until the day before Thanksgiving. So we have a few days to get this figured out. So if that meets, I just wanted to kind of give you some ideas of what are running around in my head. Yes, Lisa?
You were talking about cutting out one replacement for the sheriff's office, one replacement vehicle.
Yes. We buy them on a 3-year term. They're new vehicles. They come through the state.
Okay.
Okay, the state bid.
I don't want to bite off our nose now to spite our face if we
I
need
know,
to do it.
these are all debatable,
Okay.
okay? I just, because if we don't buy a new car, it may jack up our maintenance costs too.
Mhm.
I mean, one,
It's kind of the same conversation we had about highway department.
But I think the plan is to buy the new squad car, the sheriff gets it, and they take his truck and make a crime scene
yeah,
vehicle.
and we may have to,
Gotcha. Still open to debate and research.
Absolutely, any of what I just mentioned is not, yes, oh, I thought you were, no. Don't wanna ignore the press, get in enough trouble without doing that. Anyway, so you can see there's a way out of this, okay?
Yeah, you wanna set a meeting right
Yeah.
now?
What works for everybody? Wanna go Monday, Tuesday? Close, yeah, Veterans Day's on Tuesday.
I can't do it Monday.
Well, how about Wednesday?
That's the 12th.
How about, we'll do it out at the
Highway office.
yeah, the highway office, about 10 o'clock? How's that? Dan, that wake you up?
Budget meeting on 10 o'clock next Wednesday?
Yeah.
Okay.
You guys need to hang around and sign a thing for Augie, not Alex.
Any chance it can be earlier?
Yeah. What do you-
Because selfishly, I have HRC board that day at 7 AM.
Oh, so you don't wanna wander around?
No,
What time do they usually get over?
they're done at 8. I mean, I
Nine?
can hang around.
Yeah,
you know.
how about 9?
Okay, thank you.
Is that fine?
Wednesday,
Russ,
9?
Andy? And of course, I need to ask Samantha now, I almost forgot.
Oh, you put on the computer so I won't forget it.
Okay. So. Is there a motion to accept and put on display the budget and levy under the conditions that we're going to do the cutting that we need to do to get it to below 5%?
I'd like to wait until we actually do it.
We can't. We have to formally,
Do what?
we're not approving the budget. We're, okay,
You wanna make it not to exceed?
not to exceed,
Okay.
yes.
And we're approving to put it on display for the public. We're not approving anything
Oh, okay,
in the budget, just
okay.
for display.
Okay.
And then we'll
All right.
have more
That's
budget
fine.
meetings to come
Yes.
up with the final figures.
And that not to exceed, the levy would not,
The total amount?
hang on, I've got it, just, you know. Five, 324. 5324. Not to exceed, okay? That's different than what's on there, okay? That way we have a commitment. Do we have a second?
Who was the first?
Oh, Russ was first.
I'm sorry.
Do we have a second? Andy seconds. Will you call the roll?
Yes, sir. Lawton,
Yes.
McCarty,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes.
Bruner,
Yes.
Ellis,
Yes.
Farnum,
Yes.
and Hoyt.
Yes. All right. As far as the reconvening of the meeting this afternoon, or at 11:30, if you're not able to attend, that's fine. I mean, I'll try not to embarrass us too much. All right, approve letter of agreement addendum with Bellwether for the coming fiscal year. Have a motion to approve. Lisa moves. 80 seconds. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Did you have a comment?
My comment is, that was one thing that the price didn't raise, and we certainly get our money's worth.
Yeah. And of course, the meeting on the 17th, we're having a staff meeting. Oh, is that next Tuesday? No, we're good. Anyway, we're having Bellwethers coming in to make sure that we're using that resource appropriately and that everybody knows what's possible with that, okay? Something we should do almost annually. Resolution to participate in the appellate prosecutor program for the state's attorney. We do that every year, from December 1st to 25 through November 30th of 26. It has gone up $300 or $3,000 since Carl and I've been on the board, but it's well worth the money. We've gotten a lot of good service out of that program. Motion to approve. Andy moves, Russ seconds. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Oh, wait a minute, I gotta have a resolution.
Yeah, it's a roll.
Got a roll call vote, sorry.
Lawton,
Yes.
McCarty,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes.
Bruner,
Yes.
Ellis,
Yes.
and Farmer.
Yes.
It is approved, thank you. Next, we have a resolution to transfer a amount not to exceed $7,000 from the dog fund or Fund 813 to general fund. I have talked to Andre about the next two items and we settled on that, so we're all good. We're not taking anything out of the adoption fund or anything else.
Just wondered, according to the budget, you only left $1,000 for dog food. That's not a lot of money for dog food, but she gets a lot of donations on that.
That's, I
She
just
said that
changed
was
her
all right.
budget.
She said that was all right?
Yep,
Okay, all right,
yes.
okay.
So, I have a resolution to transfer 7 from the dog fund to the general. Motion, Dan moves, Russ seconds. Any questions? Go ahead.
Lawton,
Yes.
McCarty,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes.
Bruner,
Yes.
Ellis,
Yes.
Farmer.
Yes.
And next item is a resolution for an amount transfer of 15,000, not to exceed 15,000 from the rabies fund to the general fund. Same deal, same.
Okay, that's one.
No, you're fine.
Okay.
Motion? Russ moves. Andy seconds. Clerk?
Lawton,
Yes.
McCarty,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes.
Bruner,
Yes.
Ellis,
Yes.
Farmer.
Yes.
Next, resolution to transfer an amount not to exceed 30,000 from the farm fund and, farm fund, to the general fund. Do this every year. Carl moves. Andy seconds. Any other questions? Mr. Clerk?
Lawton,
Yes.
McCarty,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes.
Bruner,
Yes.
Ellis,
Yes.
Farmer.
Yes.
Next, it does pass. Next resolution to transfer an amount of 10 grand not to exceed 10 grand from the aviation fund to the general fund.
What is that aviation fuel fund?
That's the the gas tanks, farms.
Okay.
Okay. Carl moves. Russ seconds. Mr. Clerk?
Lawton,
Yes.
McCarty,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes.
Bruner,
Yes.
Ellis,
Yes.
Farmer.
Yes.
That does carry. Next, we'll go to department heads. Reports and questions if you need any. Dina, how are you doing today?
Just because of what happened earlier, first of all, I think it's critical more than ever now that all my girls are certified, so that we can not say we're a bunch of knuckleheads running around and know what we're doing. We are certified. I did get one more girl certified just in the last month. Another one will be certified by the end of this year, and Kenzie should be done about February. And I can say everyone is certified. The other thing I'll note is each class, and again, I tell you, they each have to go through 6 courses, 6 exams. They're charging us $395, and they're sitting in the office on a computer. It really gripes me, but 6 classes, 3 girls, $300 per class, so it's pricey. And then they charge you $50 to proctor the exam, so I've argued it that, it is what it is.
Need therapy. Any questions of Dina?
I just got one question, Dina. When you say that the state requires X amount for you to levy X amount, correct? Levy, I'm sorry. If you don't assess a house correctly, then the state will
They'll
come
do
in.
it for us.
Now, where does that money go then? So now the property tax is X amount, so it gets split up between,
I really can't equate what we do to taxes.
Yeah, that's, Andy, if they increase evaluation by 10 grand,
okay,
then you apply all the levies to that 10 grand.
But the most dumbed down, wrong way that I present it to a taxpayer is if you guys need $1 million and there's $1 million assessed value, everybody pays $1. If you still need $1 million, but my assessment base goes up to $2 million, these people only have to pay 50 cents. The issue comes is when you need more than $1 million and my assessment base is still $1 million. Or you decide, hey, the assessment base is $2 million, so let's still charge everybody $1 and we'll get $2 million. I mean, there's such a give and take between assessed value, tax rates, and then what's collected. It's very hard to say we raised a house this much, so the taxes are gonna raise. They may not raise at all, depending on what happens with that rate. If they have to, it's two different worlds. You just cannot say you raised my assessment. The assessment is the portion you have to pay within this whole pie of the needs. So if you have a nice house, your piece of pie is gonna be bigger. The other thing that I came unglued at a meeting earlier this year is I get tired of what we're doing. We're doing the same thing we've done for the past 100 years, 1/3 of market value. Nothing's changed, 1/3 of market value. The only number in that whole formula that's changed is market value. Stop paying $400,000 for houses. I mean, that's the only thing I can tell people. You keep spending it, the banks keep lending it. I'm just doing what I'm required to do and I have done for the past, for me, 44 years almost now.
I guess, my only question, and I don't really have, I get questions, how much are my taxes gonna go up? They don't care about the levy, they don't care about equal assessment, they wanna know how much are my taxes gonna go up? And I can't give them an answer.
Well,
I know.
there's two factors that go into determining that.
I realize
And you don't
that,
have
that's
either.
what they wanna know though. And I don't know how you can, if you can give them better off probably give them a little over than under, I guess, I don't know. That's the question I'm asked constantly and I can't answer for. In fact, I can't even give an idea, so. Anyway. Isn't that what you get asked? How much are my taxes going up?
Yeah.
That's what I tell them, I don't know.
Well, there's so many factors that determine that. And until the very end, when he cranks out the final assessments,
Right.
you don't know anything. And that usually doesn't happen to what, May? The end of May.
Let's hope
For
it gets
sure.
earlier, but.
Well, it's supposed to be, but.
We try. We try.
All right. Taylor, good morning.
Hi.
What you got?
Central Square, which is our CAD vendor, they will be here Friday. They're doing a video testimony on us as a dispatch center. There's gonna be some interviews done at the government center, in the conference room. I think me, Adam, and a couple other people are gonna be interviewed. So you may see us around town videoing on Friday.
What's the purpose?
We were one of the first agencies to move to the cloud for the CAD, so they just wanna promote them moving to the cloud and us being the first agency. Which
Okay.
means less, IT for us and more, then they control everything now, which is easier on us.
Any questions? Jesse?
Morning, everybody. I have nothing further for you than what I believe may have been discussed in Monday's study session.
Adam, do you have anything to add?
On the 911 part, contracts have been negotiated. I've been working with Jenkins as well to get the sheriff's department. But since the county tower is no longer of structural integrity, we're moving the main repeater to Preston Road Tower, putting the 911 at 450 feet and the sheriff's department 400 feet. Between that and the elevation raise, we're looking at 150 feet increase from where we currently are. We upgraded to what they call a Leonardo system that is simulcast capable, so each tower can talk to each other. And then it's also digital capable, however, we're not moving that way yet, but hopefully it's a 5-year plan. So we plan on doing one side at a time. This side's paid for. We're waiting on the tower crew to install that equipment. Hopefully it gets done before the first snow, but at this point we are not optimistic. Hopeful, but not optimistic. So as soon as that gets done, we will go live with that, and it should increase, just with that one site increasing by 150 feet, the entire county should see increased radio coverage. Once we get those other towers, we'll be full.
Thank you, Adam.
What about the contract with Interstar? Did that get?
There was a piece in there where they wanted us to pay for electricity, put our own meter out there. I negotiated with the company and Interstar. Interstar wanted to charge a meter fee, just the meter fee alone. Without us using electricity, there's a monthly charge, so I negotiated with the company. We're gonna run one meter, the one meter that's currently out there, and we're gonna split the difference, or split the electricity cost between us and the sheriff's department on the difference of what it is now and what it will go up to with us and the sheriff's department repeaters out there. So instead of paying an extra fee for the meter, we're just gonna split the electricity usage.
And the generator, is that still the same as on the original contract? I saw one a month ago.
There was a clause in there that right now the co-op owns the tower. They are actively trying to sell it. Looks like NCA, which is the company that's kind of buying, they bought our radio company, may be interested in that, but there was a clause in there that the new company may not keep up on the generator, doesn't have to. However, right now the county owns one generator that we can put on the main tower, and it's something we're going to look at, purchasing just backup generators. They can be portable for the other two towers at that time, but that was
But that was an issue years ago that started causing all the problems, was they weren't maintaining the generator down there.
If we have to, the county currently has one generator. We will work with, once we get everything set up, this new building, we'll make sure we have a generator connection, we can run that. So.
Because that's key.
Yeah.
And disconnect.
As long as the other tower's still standing, the current equipment will stay on there as a backup until that tower is deemed that it has to come down.
Thank you. Angie, how you doing?
I'm good, how are you?
Good.
I don't have anything to report today, everything's running smooth at the moment.
Okay. Ryan, do you have anything you want to impart to us?
I mean, the population of the jail's between 20 and 30 for the last month and a half. It's turning more into a mental facility and a home health care center than a jail. Other than that, no.
Okay. Any questions of Ryan? Yes, sir.
I do have one thing for the fire district.
Oh, yes, I got stuff today on that.
Yeah, we've got two board members that are going to be retiring
Right.
at the end of December, and we have two people that are very interested. If the county board could take a look at that for us, please. One was,
We are gonna take a look at it and we'll act on that at the second meeting, the one the day before Thanksgiving.
Okay, thank
You
you.
have the names.
I just
On the- on
just
the-
got it this morning.
Okay.
Mark Gilbert and Dave McCrockle.
Yeah. Yep, so
Thank you.
appreciate that.
Thank you.
Joe, can I add something on that one piece real quick?
Please.
Kind of going back to the fiscal cluster that it is. 911, Taylor's done an excellent job of securing grants that we use to pay for some of the high dollar equipment. As far as the sheriff's department, as to those things go, grants are available for them as well. So you may push those department heads to apply for those grants to help ease the burden a little bit. But the grants are out there. Like I said, Taylor's done an excellent job with everything so far, but she has secured us a couple grants that are helping pay for this new equipment, so.
Thank you, Adam. We'll be taking a look at that, thank you. Pam, do you have anything this morning from Highway?
Just to mention that Josh is out at one of our bridges at this moment. It will be finished within the next couple of weeks. That is the one by Kansas. Then they are figuring the second one to be done the spring of next year. Our guys are out doing mowing and finishing that up and hauling rocks, so that's where we're at.
Any questions for the highway department, Suzanne?
The one at Kansas, you're talking about sugar cane, and then Continental next spring.
It will be next spring is what Josh is saying.
Anybody else? Philip?
Nothing from the state's attorney's office.
Augie?
Yeah, I got a question for you. Why are my taxes going up so? That was a joke for the record.
Don't touch me.
Filing for next year's primary completed or was ended on Monday, November the 3rd. And I have presented to you on your table there a list of all the candidates who are running and for what office. Might be beneficial.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. And tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock, we have a lottery to determine which of the two sheriff candidates will be listed first on the ballot. So they were in line at the opening hour on the first day of filing, so they go into a lottery to determine who gets placed on the ballot first.
How many candidates are there for sheriff?
3.
Anything else, Augie?
No.
I have one thing though. I just want to commend Jasmine because she is active on Facebook and provides information that has been very helpful when people were saying, where do I vote yesterday? She popped in there with to tell people that you're not. And there have been some other times that she's been very helpful in getting news out.
Yeah, we spent all day yesterday answering the telephone. Where do I vote? When do we vote? Why is it closed? There's nobody there. It won't be until March 17th of next year. So, that's all I've got.
Thank you, Augie. We'll run through the departments, or through the elected county board members real quick, so we can get on with the other hearing. Russ, do you have anything today?
I do not.
Andy?
Not today.
Dan?
I just talked to them during the weekend, everything's good at the shelter, so no problem.
Okay. Lisa?
I fielded a call on Wednesday from a developer commercial solar system developer who says that they are in the final stages of getting landowner agreements for a roughly 1,000-acre system outside of Grandview that would hook into that big power line down there. And I invited him to attend our December county board meeting to introduce himself, and said that if he wanted to do that, I would welcome knowing about it ahead of time so we could put him on the agenda. They're looking at filing maybe in May of 2026.
Okay.
The other calls I fielded have not been, are applicable for our ordinance.
I'm expecting an extensive report from you, Samantha.
I just want to say thank you for the warm welcome, and I look forward to serving the citizens.
Thank you. We're looking forward to serving with you. Carl?
When do we do the battery storage and the wind? Is that at the end of this month?
Yes.
Yes, I should. That'll be on, the day before Thanksgiving. We'll have a public hearing and.
So we have a public hearing on the ordinances?
Yes.
Okay. And then discussion, and then we vote if we,
Right.
depending on
That
how
would be the
things.
26th.
26th. That's Wednesday, the
calendar right there.
Wednesday the 26th, the day
Okay.
before Thanksgiving.
So we'll discuss it at study session on the 24th and have hearings on the 26th.
Well, and we can, you might mention it for the budget meeting, that we'll add that to it just in case we want to talk about it. Okay. Nothing,
For
okay.
reminding us of talking
Another thing, Augie, if you would send out, just so everybody has it, the current assignments for committees, we need to take a look at that. We can take a look at that on this coming Wednesday, a week from today also, so that we can get everybody maybe reassigned, or at least see what makes sense as far as committee assignments. As far as the cash flow, nothing has come in. This is what is today, the 5th. Nothing comes in, so there's not much to look at as far as that goes. We had our pre-audit meeting yesterday, and it went well. Things are moseying along. Obviously, we've stayed busy preparing for this today, and we'll look forward to next week and getting some other issues resolved so we can move forward. Is there anything else to come before the meeting today? Hearing none, we'll accept a motion to adjourn so that we can organize and open the meeting for the solar farm. So, motion to adjourn. Russ moves, Andy seconds. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. We are adjourned.
Take a minute or two.
Yeah, we'll take about 5 minutes and see where, get a hold of our attorney. Taylor, do you need this?
So I filled my personal phone, let me tell you, I got the maker. So the good thing is my work phone, I have.
What stage
Oh, that's my stuff, I'm sorry.
You're not sitting here from the.
Oh, no.
Apparently it's a more medical institution according to field administrator, but it's.
He's gonna sit here. Yeah, I'm gonna call a roll on everything. Okay? Ask you to call the roll. Yeah, I'm trying to remember.
Okay. Sure. Oh, yeah, I was gonna say, it's always good to let me know. Okay.
I hated to do that.
No, I can't, we need to move on.
45 minutes, so.
me, I'll sit on the end.
No, you
No,
can,
you're gonna sit on it.
you can sit here, I'll sit.
You don't want these chairs. Trust me.
I didn't think you were really.
I didn't think I was, but Mr. Kite said that he, it was run better if I went to Scion.
Oh, that's good.
Because he doesn't run it. You don't have to do this.
Although after what I did, a little while ago.
I know, I was in the hallway and I heard some.
And one of them told me that.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Well, I'm looking at here and there.
I've done in Mississippi,
That's what I was looking at here.
it takes you up and down.
Yeah. I want to go through the fatherland.
Everything out order.
What's German business? Mary's Webster.
Andy is talking to a couple of board members to agree at a time. Called me yesterday. Officials or county board association, yeah.
That's why it's so. Gets a lot of ideas. A lot of concepts.
So let me just try. Still one of you.
Sorry, I'll go back.
That's like, where are you going?
Folks, it's gonna be a little bit, Mr. Kite, the attorney for the county, is meeting with county board members.
No, so I've got the, he may want to talk to me, he had said he did. I'm not sure. He sent me the original. He may figure out. He did for the next episode.
Filing was Monday.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got signatures to get from county board members.
Me?
Well, yeah, or some of these.
Damn.
Have you ever had your why was the voting place closed?
Make sure I got them all.
And then there's prosecutor and Bellwood. Need to sign them. Do you mind while
You need Dan now?
Yeah.
Let's do a new Dan or
I didn't tell any of them what you needed.
Yeah, no, I know. It's okay.
You tell me, we're ready to start.
Yeah. I do, yeah. Yeah.
Hi, Dan. I'm Alex.
Sneak up
County two.
Yeah. 45 minutes. Okay. What's in the shirt? Same. Sure. Okay. I think so. Yes. Yep. No, I don't. Okay, all right. There's. Oh, you want to sit right here? Is this okay for me to sit? Okay. And I'll grab one. Or you grab.
We're gonna reconvene the meeting from, what's the date?
October 20th.
October 20th. And I'll open the meeting with the roll call vote of the board.
Lawton.
Here.
McCarty.
Here.
Patrick. Here. Bruner. Here. Ellis.
Here.
Farnum.
Here.
Voigt.
Here. Next, I need a motion to approve the agenda. Carl moves, Andy seconds. All, would you call the roll on that, just so we have it?
Certain. Lawton.
Yes.
McCarty.
Yes.
Patrick.
Yes.
Bruner.
Yes.
Ellis.
Yes.
Farnum. Voigt.
Yes.
Good morning, folks. This is the third day. We had 2 evenings. This is the third day of this proceeding. It is a public hearing with respect to an application for siting approval from the Edgar County Board for State Line Energy Center LLC, a division of IPA, AYPA, IPA Power, and show present for State Line Energy Center LLC, their attorney, Mr. Seth Uphoff, and representing Edgar County, our attorneys Andy Kite and Alex Reeves from the Peoria law firm of Heil Royster. And we have been through the identification of the application and project overview. We have been through the evidence from the applicant. We have also heard from persons in favor of the application. We have heard evidence from a person opposed to the application. There was no one who provided evidence who was neutral on the application. There were no written comments received by Edgar County. We had public comment. A handful of people made public comment on the application. And now it is time for evidence from Edgar County. And we begin with you, Mr. Kite. Do you have any evidence to provide on behalf of your client, Edgar County?
Andy Kite from Howell Rooster. Thank you, Mr. Keynes. We don't have additional evidence to provide on behalf of the county, but I want to note a couple of things. First of all, the applicant has provided now a signed and sealed decommissioning, preliminary decommissioning plan, so I just want to acknowledge that has been received by the county. It wasn't previously signed and sealed, so I just want to make sure that that's on the record. It now has a signature date of 11/4/2025 and has a seal.
The record shall so reflect.
And then also I'm going to request that we have discussed a number of conditions with the developer. The conditions, which we will go through once we get to that portion in the deliberation. The conditions do include in paragraph number 8, I believe, paragraph number 8, that the developer will post a 100% bond for decommissioning without any discount for salvage value at the commercial operation date of the project, should it be approved and they go through the construction process. And I just want to have the developer confirm that they've agreed to all of the conditions that are listed there in the draft set of conditions 1 through 32.
Mr. Uphoff?
Yes, you want me to go? Yeah, on behalf of the company, I'll let the representative speak to that. Yes, so.
And could you identify yourself for the record?
Yeah, Ian Evans, State Line Energy Center LLC. We have agreed to the conditions set forth in the document here.
Okay, and subject to that then, there's no further evidence from the county.
Is that document, that agreement going to be admitted in evidence?
It won't be admitted into evidence,
Okay.
but it'll be a part of the deliberation and on the record, and it'll become a part of the official record if the project is approved and be a part of the ordinance.
All right, very good. Anything else from Edgar County? Mr. Kite?
No, sir.
All right. Mr. Doppelstein, do you have anything to add?
I do not.
Okay, very good. Thank you, sir. Anything as a preliminary matter before closing statement, Mr. Uphoff?
I just wanted to confirm, when you were going through witnesses that testified, I think you indicated, and maybe I misunderstood, I don't know if you said there was an opportunity for testimony in opposition or that somebody had actually testified. My recollection was we did not have any witnesses that testified against.
You are correct.
Okay.
We had 3 witnesses, I believe, who were in favor. No witnesses testified in opposition, and no witnesses testified who were neutral. So thank you, Mr. Uphoff, for clarifying that. My mistake.
No problem. That was all I needed to clarify.
Okay, very good. All right, time for closing statement. First to you, Mr. Uphoff.
Thank you. Good morning, members of the board and members of the public. As was stated, my name is Seth Uphoff, and I'm counsel here on behalf of State Line Energy Center LLC, the applicant that's bringing to you this project. And we've had a significant amount of evidence that was presented throughout the course of this hearing. I'm not going to reiterate all of that evidence, but I'm going to recap it just a little bit. We also had a great deal of evidence that was put in via the application, the requirements from the county, various different studies and site plans, things like that, so that's also available as part of the evidence here. And so as we go through and recap this, the thing I want to start off with is the fact that IPA Power is a company that is bringing forth this project, and I would argue to you that from the get-go, they have demonstrated that they want to be a partner with the community here in Edgar County. They have been to many board meetings. They've worked with the board in terms of trying to schedule all of these things. I think that they've demonstrated that they want to work not against anybody, but with the community. They've made adjustments to site plans. They've made accommodations. They've worked with local communities. the village of Vermillion being one of them. So I think it's important to remember who it is that's on the other side of this and who you're considering as the applicant here. And I also think you should keep in mind that they intend to be the owner-operator of this project. So they're looking to be a long-term partner with you here in Edgar County. In the process of going through this, both through the application and the evidence that was presented, I believe it's been demonstrated that all of the ordinance requirements that you've set forth, which incorporate state law requirements, all of those requirements have been met with the evidence that's been presented. The application laid out all of that evidence, and anything that was left unclear or needed to be clarified was clarified through the testimony of the witnesses. We demonstrated that we comply with all of the setbacks, all the other requirements like fencing and signage and vegetative screening, sound modeling, emergency planning. In particular with vegetative screening, you saw a comprehensive plan from the company that they're going to screen the vast majority of all this project and are willing to work with the county if there's any additional screening that's needed. And then there's all the special conditions that you've had an opportunity maybe now to review. A company had an opportunity to review them and is agreeable to all of them. And there's a substantial amount of conditions that are outlined in there that will govern the operations of this project going forward into the future, giving the county additional authority and control over this project as it goes forward. So those special conditions are adopted, including the decommissioning provisions and the decommissioning financial assurances to help make sure that everybody is confident that not only will the project get built, but will be appropriately managed and then appropriately decommissioned at the time. We presented to you testimony about health and safety. So to start with the battery energy storage portion of this, we presented to you Mr. Balcom. He's a firefighter who's still practicing but has become an expert in dealing with battery energy storage issues. I think he presented really comprehensive testimony and a lot of insightful things about how these battery projects are designed, how they operate, and how you develop the safety protocols around them. He indicated that he's already been here, his company's already been here to start training. They've already met with the fire department once. They'll continue to do that annually for as long as the fire department wants them to, and that'll all be covered by the cost of that will all be covered by the company. The totality of his testimony was that when you have a project like this that's going to be using the newest and best equipment and that's going to be following all the setback requirements and layout requirements for a proper best site, that you're not going to have any additional health and safety concerns. As he testified, there's always the element that there could be an emergency in anything that you do. But the way that this project is planned out, the equipment they're going to use, and the emergency response plans they're going to put in place, and training they're going to have for all the fire departments should give everybody confidence that this is a project that is not going to be detrimental to the health and safety of the people in the community. You also heard from Dr. Olson, who testified partially about the best safety issues, but then covered everything else that typically comes up, concerns that the public may have. And we talked about how there's no EMF, there's no toxins in the panels, there's no need to worry about any of the sound issues. He went through a comprehensive list of those items and addressed all of them as we went through. So no indications that there's any testimony or evidence of any health or safety issues that you would need to be concerned about with a project such as this. You also heard from a property value expert, and there was a report that was presented. We didn't get into all the details of that report, but he testified about the extensive amount of research that was done and the studies that have been done to demonstrate that a project like this shouldn't have any negative impact on property values in the area. Despite what some people may have a gut inclination for, he showed that the studies and the data over and over again have demonstrated that it's just not the case. Speaking of that, people's sort of gut reactions, one of the things that I wanted to clarify to make sure that I didn't misremember it was that there's been no testimony in opposition. The considerations that you're supposed to make here are supposed to be based on the evidence that was contained in the application, the evidence that was presented in testimony, and there's been no testimony in opposition to this project. And I'll talk about the testimony in support of the project as we go forward. So covering all of those requirements, then move on to the benefits that can come from a project like this. And I think it was a substantial list of benefits that could come through. You've got support for the electrical grid. As we all know, that's an issue. We're using more and more electricity all the time, and so we need to have more energy production. There's also environmental benefits that can come along with this. We didn't delve into that quite as deeply, but using vegetative ground cover on the properties, reducing the use of fertilizer and pesticides, having pollinator-friendly habitats, all of these are things that can help improve the environmental surroundings in the area. And then there's the economic benefits that come from it. Overall, the project is expected to inject approximately over $400 million as a capital investment into the community. And you heard testimony from Dr. Loomis, and he walked through all of those economic advantages that can come from a project like this. One of those that he didn't mention was the economic development agreement with the Village of Vermillion. They're going to also be benefiting from this in addition to all these other benefits. That agreement was approved, I think, the same night as the last time we were here in session. And Dr. Loomis, as he talked about all these additional economic benefits, commented about how they were using conservative estimates to address all of that. That they were being conservative, number one, in the length of the project. They were only basing it on 30 years as opposed to 35 or 40. And additionally, they were using sort of static numbers in terms of the tax base. Obviously, today is a day when you're dealing a lot with taxes, and it may be that the taxes could be increased in this area either here soon or at least in the future. And any future tax increases would also drive up the amount of tax revenue that's going to come from this project. So the numbers that Dr. Loomis provided, and that I'll touch on here, those are the very conservative numbers. If the tax numbers go up or if the project runs for a longer period of time, those are going to be greater and greater for the community. And the tax numbers that he commented on were $23 million overall to the taxing bodies. Now that's all the taxing bodies included, but the primary one is the school district. And the school district would stand to get over $13 million from this over the next 30 years. And that factors out to a little over $425,000 a year on average. That's a big chunk of money for the school district. And again, if any of these conservative estimates are off and the dollar numbers are higher, then that's just more money that's going to go into the districts. And when it comes to that money going into these taxing bodies, there's not any burdens on the system in return. So a lot of times when you're going to have money flowing into a school district or into a taxing body, it's because there's been some new development. Maybe it's a neighborhood development, residential development, and along with that, speaking specifically as to the schools, you're going to have new kids going into the school. And that's great. We want communities to grow. We want to have more kids in school. But along with that, you need more room, more computers, more teachers aides, more staff, more equipment. There's more wear and tear on the building. So, I don't mean to call kids a burden because I've got 4 of my own. But there are times that it's a burden on the school district in terms of its resources. The more kids you have, the more resources they're going to need. And so even if you have additional tax revenue going in, there's more of that being spent on some of these outlays that have to come along with the additional students. When you have a project like this, you get all these benefits, but without any of those burdens. There's no additional students that have to be paid for, no additional equipment, no additional wear and tear. It's just additional revenue that's being pumped into the school that can be used to better improve the current students' opportunities. More class opportunities, better equipment, and as I think most of you would probably know, the better your schools, the more people you're going to attract. So if you want to attract people and you want to grow your population, having great schools is a great way to do it. So this project, injecting a lot of money into the school district without any required outlays of that money, allows the school to improve, and I think will attract more people in the long run. Additionally, there was the jobs that were commented on. And I want to point that out specifically because it was a good number of jobs for the construction period, and we had multiple members of the local unions that were here to support. We had some excellent testimony. One of the people who testified is here today, again showing support for this project. And I thought that testimony is very compelling about the way in which these projects can bring those job benefits, not only because they're paying the workers, but also those workers are returning money back into the community. They're spending money at the gas stations, at the restaurants, and everywhere else. So I think that the economic benefits from this all the way around, from the tax dollars to the community reinvestment to the jobs, all of that spells a great opportunity for this community going forward. And lastly, in addition to all of that, you heard from at least one of the landowners. There's several. One of the landowners testified, and I think that it's paramount that you consider the landowner rights aspect of this issue. I believe that you should take the position that landowners should be able to utilize their property in the best way they see fit to benefit their family, as long as it's not actively harming any of their neighbors. And if you look at the testimony that's been presented, there's been no testimony that there's going to be any active detriment to any of the neighboring properties from this project. That nobody came and testified in opposition. You didn't have any testimony or evidence that was presented that this is going to cause any harm. In fact, all the testimony you received was to the contrary, that these can be very safe and quiet, operating neighbors to anybody in that area. So certainly people at times may not want to see these things. They may say, I don't want to look at it, or I don't like the way that looks, I want to maintain my current views. But just because somebody doesn't get to see what they want to see doesn't mean that it's actually harming them or any of their property. And so I think these landowners' rights need to be strongly considered as you make your determination. That these landowners should be able to use this land in this way to benefit their family, because we've demonstrated that we meet the requirements of your ordinance and they're not actively harming any of the property around them. So I think if you follow the evidence that's been presented, and if you follow the law that you put in place, and if you support economic development for Edgar County, and if you support landowner rights, then I believe your decision should be to vote in support of this project. So respectfully, based on all the evidence we presented, I'm asking you to vote in favor of the State Line Energy Center. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Elfoff. All right, next on the procedure is the deliberations and vote on the application. As part of the deliberations, you county board members will be asked by Mr. Kite and Ms. Reeves to go through proposed findings of fact and proposed conditions in the event the application for this use is approved. With that, I will turn it over to you, Mr. Kite.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gaines. We're gonna pass out a few of the final documents. Everybody has them. And so while Alex is doing that, I'm gonna sort of briefly go over the state statutory requirements so everybody has knowledge of that and what your ordinance says, and then I'm gonna go through essentially two documents, excuse me. One would be a draft set of findings of fact, and then one would be a draft set of conditions for approval in the event that the county board, approves it. We'll go through a draft set of conditions. There'll be 3 votes. The first vote would be to set the findings of fact that are presented. There'd be then a motion to approve or deny, but a motion to approve the project, and then we will talk about conditions in the event that it is approved. Okay, so I'll walk us through each of those stages. First, I'm going to touch on the state statute. So I think, as most of us are aware, in January of 2023, the state passed a statute governing the siting of commercial wind and commercial solar energy facilities in the state. That was a mandate to the counties to pass an ordinance that was compliant with the state statutory requirements. We didn't write the statute. Nobody in the room wrote the statute, but we're bound by the statute. One of the requirements in the statute is if a request for siting approval for a commercial solar energy facility is compliant with your ordinance, then the county shall approve the request in compliance with the standards and conditions imposed in the act and the zoning ordinance. I just relay that. It's up to you to decide whether they've been compliant with your ordinance and the statutes. Any questions that anybody might have from the county board in relation to that specific issue?
Andy?
Yes, ma'am.
Please go through the 3 votes again.
Yeah, there'll be, I'm going to walk through the draft set of findings of fact. So one of your roles in this process is to be the finder of fact, to say these are the facts that we find that have been proven by the applicant one way or the other. It essentially takes your ordinance and matches up with what evidence has been adduced into that particular area. So we'll have a vote on that. Yep.
So if you want to make
It's
any
in draft
changes,
form.
if the board wants to make any changes to how those findings read, you'd have an opportunity
Yes.
to do so.
Then the next vote after that would be someone to make a motion on whether to approve or deny the application. I'll walk through that. If you do approve it, we'll then turn to the conditions and we'll walk through the draft conditions. And I'll explain when we get to the draft conditions. If it is approved, we'll then go through those conditions and how those are going to read.
Thank you.
But those are the 3 votes, and what I'm going to start with then is the findings of fact. So that is the document that I think each of you now have in front of you. And I'm first going to just tell you what the structure of it is, and then I'm going to walk through some of the highlights of what it is. You all have had a copy of it, so I don't want to bore you with all of everything that's in there, but the draft findings of fact, essentially the first couple of pages, actually the first 2.5 pages, cover what we have received, how this process has occurred, and the dates of the hearing, the witnesses that have provided testimony, and the exhibits then that have been admitted into evidence. That's the first 2.5 pages. It's just the sort of framework of what has occurred and what witnesses have testified. Then when you, on page 3, beginning with Roman numeral number 7, it actually takes your ordinance, lines out the requirements of your ordinance, and what evidence has been adduced and been provided by the applicant in relation to your ordinance. Okay, so that is, then starts on page 3, it goes all the way then to page 9. At the end of page 9 then is essentially a recording of what it is your decision will be. And we'll get to that when we get to that point. But we're going to cover these first 9 pages here first. The one thing I'm going to suggest is on page 5, there's on numbered paragraph 5, there's a reference to the decommissioning plan and what areas it was deficient in. They did provide a signed and sealed copy, so that will come out. And the final copy of these findings, we'll provide that for signature after the hearing, but once we get a consensus on the language. So that has been satisfied at this point. I think everybody's had an opportunity to review it, so I don't want to belabor the point, but if there's anything specific you want me to cover, what I'll tell you is, from the substance of your ordinance, they've provided evidence to satisfy the material elements of what your ordinance is. The areas where there were some deficiencies related to the decommissioning plan, and I believe the noise application or the noise study didn't have a sign or seal on it. What I will tell you is those are likely immaterial elements of your ordinance. So I would say they've complied with the substance of what your ordinance has been. Is there any discussion that anybody wants to have in relation, on the county board, in relation to the findings of fact? Dan?
Yeah, the energy produced by that solar farm, but it's gonna be hooked into the power line that runs on the Indiana state line. You know what I'm talking about, don't you?
I believe so.
Okay, that's right. So do you have to have a battery storage system if you're gonna hook it into the line, or is that required?
There is a battery storage system that is part of the application.
Okay.
So the solar project will generate electricity, which will then be stored at the project and then released at later times when demand might be high.
So that's gonna be hooked into the power line that runs on the Indiana state line?
Correct.
Okay.
I believe so. I'll look at the developer. If I'm saying it wrong, say so, but otherwise, that's my understanding.
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
Okay, any other discussion, comment?
The decommissioning plan, when are they going to get that to us?
So there is a decommissioning plan that we
Right,
have.
but the parts that were left out.
Yeah, so the portions, the preliminary plan has been provided.
Right.
What happens from here, if it's approved, is when they get close to that building permit stage, our engineer, mutually agreeable third-party engineer, will go through those cost estimates.
Right.
Make their opinion to make sure that their opinion comports with either theirs, or there may be adjustments one way or the other on it. And then that has to happen before the building permit would be issued. Then, when the building permit's issued, they would go through the construction process, and then when it starts, on or before, the date that it starts generating electricity for sale, what we call the commercial operation date,
Right.
they would have to post the 100% of that decommissioning at that point.
And so, hopefully I'm being helpful here. The applicant had provided a preliminary decommissioning plan that you've reviewed,
Yeah,
they've gone over.
I read all 368 pages of that.
Right, that was included in the application. It was, correct me if I'm wrong, Andy, but it was missing the stamp.
Right.
We do
Okay.
have copies
So
here.
it's just,
It's just
yeah,
this
right.
Right, Andy, that's all that
Correct, yeah.
changed about that, that's
Yeah.
all.
The the building permit, is that stage 6 months from now, a year?
Yeah, whenever they would come back, there's a number of things which, when we get to the conditions, if it's approved,
Okay.
when we get to the conditions, I'll kind of walk through that staging of it. But, they have time, it may be a year, maybe 2 years,
Okay.
for them to come back. And
Right.
there's some, there's some restraint that we have to have in restraining them. Like, for example, we can't say, you have to come back within 6 months to get a building permit. So, when they come back, you'll know it, they have to go through a financing stage for them. When they come back for that building permit, before they can get it, there's a number of things that have to happen first. Example would be a landscape plan. Another example would be road use agreement. Another example would be decommissioning agreement. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. Any other questions that anybody might have
Russ,
from
Andy?
the board? Okay. Seeing none, I think it would be appropriate if someone made a motion to approve the findings of fact with the amendment that I mentioned earlier, which would be the removal of the first bullet point in subparagraph 5 on page 5.
We understand. Is there a motion from the board? Carl moves.
Second.
Russ seconds. Mr. Kite, do you want us to vote now, or?
Yeah, you should vote. If there's any other discussion, you can do so
That's
now,
what I was gonna-
otherwise.
Is there any other discussion that we
That's
need to have
second.
before you vote? Hearing none, Mr. Clerk, would you call the roll?
Lawton,
Yes.
excuse me for a second, but is Samantha, you're not voting?
I'm going to abstain.
Okay. Patrick,
Yes.
Bruner,
Yes.
Ellis,
Yes.
Farner,
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes. Mr. Kite, it is approved.
Okay, so the findings of fact are approved. Now would be an appropriate time if someone wants to make a motion on the actual application. This would be a motion to approve the special use permit of State Line Generating Center, State Line Energy Center. One thing I will tell you, your options really come down to 3 options. One is you can approve it without conditions, you can deny it, or you can approve it with conditions. As I mentioned earlier, they've largely complied materially with your ordinance and the state statutory requirements. My only advice to you is if you do make a motion to approve, is that you make a motion to approve it with conditions, because that's our teeth to hold them accountable for a number of things. So now would be an appropriate time if anybody has a motion.
Carl so moves.
Carl
With
moves.
conditions.
With conditions, okay.
I'll
Do
second.
we have a second? Russ seconds? Or is there any further discussion or concerns or clarifications needed by the board? Hearing none, Mr. Clerk, would you call the roll?
Lawton,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes.
Bruner,
Yes.
Ellis,
No.
Farnham,
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Okay. The project or the special use permit application will be approved. There is an ordinance that goes with that, which we'll provide to the county for signature. The last thing I'm going to do is conditions, and I'm going to be relatively quick here too. There's a draft set of conditions. There's a lot of things that are negotiated within these conditions that go beyond what the state statute requires. So I just want to reflect that so everybody understands that the developer has agreed to a number of these conditions that go beyond even what the state statute mandates. So I'm going to very quickly run through them. The construction period is they have to come back for their, or commence construction within 48 months, and then they have 72 months to complete their construction from the issuance of this special use. The term of the project is, would be 40 years. Under construction timeframe or timing, they're prohibited from doing construction on Sundays. They would have to have road use agreements in place prior to obtaining a building permit. Paragraph 7 deals with transmission. If there's any transmission interference, they would have to correct that interference. Paragraph number 8 deals with decommissioning. I think we've gone through this, but it's 100% decommissioning at the commercial operation date. They have to provide those funds to the county to hold.
Withholding salvage.
Yeah, there's no discount for salvage or resale. One of the things I want to point out as emergency response is they have to reimburse any governmental entities for the cost of emergency response rendered by a governmental entity where the emergency is attributable to the project. So if the project has some emergency that occurs and your fire district has to respond, they have to reimburse that fire district for those costs, so your taxpayers aren't on the hook for that. And then finally, I'm just going to point out two things. Paragraph 30 deals with battery storage. When they come back for their building permit, they have to provide to the county, which then is subject to a third-party engineer's review, that the battery system is compatible and safe for usage in the location proposed in the construction plans. And then also, under solar panel safety, that is paragraph number 31, they have to provide sufficient proof that the panels and other equipment are UL certified or certified by another group. And then in addition, there is a fine provision, paragraph 32, if there's any violation of these conditions or the ordinance provisions, there's a $1,000 per day per occurrence fine. Any questions or changes anyone wants to make to the findings of fact? What I'll suggest to you is, conditions, excuse me, to the conditions. Otherwise, if somebody has a motion to approve. Yes, sir.
Decommission plan based on the life of the project. What would happen if the company goes bankrupt after 10 years? Decommission plan still in effect?
Correct. Yeah, so I'll phrase it this way, the decommissioning costs are based on the decommissioning plan that is, our third-party engineer looks at.
It wouldn't make any difference how long the project lasts, still in effect.
Correct. So if it went bankrupt in the first 4 years, it went bankrupt at year 35, then the county has those funds to remove the materials out.
Okay.
What I'll tell you is it's a very unusual circumstance for that to happen. It's the fail-safe for the county. Yeah, understood. Okay, anyone have any other questions, comments on the conditions?
I just got one question. So we're getting 100% at the beginning.
At the commercial, when it starts generating electricity, commercial operation date, we would get that.
So we get X amount of dollars at that point in the bond or whatever.
Yes.
What if the decommissioning 30 years down the road costs twice as much?
It gets reevaluated periodically.
That's what I'm
So throughout the life of the project, there's periods of time where we can reevaluate the cost. We can make them reevaluate the cost and give us the estimate. It'll go up over time, naturally. So we then reevaluate those costs, and whatever the new cost estimate is, they have to post a new bond. Yep. Okay, any other questions, comments?
What kind of motion does the form take?
Someone could just simply make a motion to approve the conditions as drafted and agreed upon.
Do I hear Carl moves?
I'll second.
Andy seconds?
Well, that was me.
I'm sorry, Andy went like this to me too.
Okay.
You guys want to fight it out? I could.
You can have one. I'll buy you one.
We good then?
So who is the second?
Andy is the second, because that's the way I called it. Any further discussion or questions about the special use conditions? Hearing none, Mr. Clerk.
Lawton.
Yes.
Patrick.
Yes.
Bruner.
Yes.
Ellis.
Yes.
Farnum.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes. They are accepted and approved.
Okay. That concludes my part. What we'll do, we'll send you the final documents for signature, and then you'll be done with this portion. When they come back for the building permit, then we'll be back in touch.
We're talking about engineers then,
Yep.
right?
That's
Thank you,
right.
Mr. Kite. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to make sure we follow the agenda, because I'm a stickler for rules and procedures. On this agenda, the chairman completed item number 1, number 2. We previously did item number 3 on the first day of the hearing. We previously did item number 4 on the first day of hearing. We previously did number 5 on the first day of hearing. We have completed item number 6, and we just completed item number 7, and that leaves one last item on the agenda for you, Mr. Chairman.
Do I have a motion to adjourn? Russ moves and Andy seconds. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. We are adjourned. Thanks to everybody who participated and helped us make this decision.
Okay, don't. Yeah.
That's what
We try to Thank you guys.
I've actually got to run this.
Yeah. I understand that how it gets.
You run to the Pacers game? You know, I'm gonna go.
You need just to really have a process. What are we going to provide to try to help with your state attorney's office and, the administration, but I don't think anybody really has it planned out. It's hard to, yeah, I mean, you can act if you have calendars and, I don't know exactly what I
I'll probably
It's hard for everybody, yeah, we get asked that question a lot, and by the state's attorney's office, that's scary, There's nothing like a Medicare. So, for friends have already done it. Oh my God.
we have to make this
I mean, because they I hope everything goes well for you, but the rest of the day.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Jeremy. We appreciate it.
I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Good luck to you on Friday.
Thank you. Thanks. Appreciate your guys' consideration. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate you. Looking forward to working with
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, I know you guys have more business to go, so we'll get out of here. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Yep. Thank you.
Thanks, Russ.
Yeah.
There's ways to go. There's ways to go.
Thank you for the time and attention. Appreciate it. Thank you. You bet. You're very welcome. Thank you for the time and attention. Appreciate it.
There's not a court order,
What's that?
yeah, and it's,
Okay.
Very much.
Sorry. The county is not, you're like, come and sign it to the door board, and say the county is well, have it outside. Yeah, I'm not included in the first, that's no problem, I got it on Friday.
We have been given a heads up, we've been like, we've been thinking a couple of times, I feel for you, yeah. So, yeah, no. And it's in their discretion whether or not to allow it.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for your time and attention. Appreciate it. Ms. Gaines, as always, thank you.
I'm sure when I'll run into you again, but I'm sure
I will be before we know it, I'm sure. Quick call today.
I hope it's not that Peoria County.
I don't think so. I mean, that's up to you. You're not doing that work, so. And that one, we'll get there. We're going to agree to a purchase agreement.
Any tough kid on you?
No, I imagine it'll be one of the points. Mason County's got to come up
Recess someone's house and they go pick those
Let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, mine too.
Dan left. We ready?
Yes.
We're gonna reconvene the public hearing that we started this morning and recessed at 10:30. We said we'd start up again at 11:30, and my gosh, I think we actually did it. So we're back in session. Not all of the board is here, but most of it is here. So we have time to answer questions and have discussions like we did this morning. We ask that you identify yourself and limit your comments or whatever to about 5 minutes. So, who wants to kick it off, or if you got questions that we can answer, we'll be happy to do it however you want, as long as we can keep it informal and, you know.
I just want to make a statement, something you guys said that we had in the budget earlier was mental health
Yes.
and stuff. Why is the county spending money on mental health? Are we finding people out in the countryside, homeless, or digging through trash cans out there?
Well, as was stated earlier, it was created by referendum.
I understand that.
And, well, I'm just going from the start. And there is a population in Clark, and we're related to Clark County and Edgar County. And there is a population that needs assistance almost on a constant basis. This might be something that you could add to.
Well, my main thing is that in this country, like, all of you have many years on me, and I could probably imagine, we all agree that growing up, you never talked about mental health, you never had all these problems, you just dealt with life. But now, all of us talking about mental health is just making us weaker. Everybody's sitting there thinking, oh, something, I had a bad day, I'm diagnosable. And that's a problem with me. I feel like we're exacerbating the issue by spending money and making awareness to problems that ain't actually there. So that's why I'm saying, why is the county spending money?
County used to have mental health homes.
We have a hospital that's taking over multiple buildings in town. What do? Sending people to Terre Haute? I mean, I don't feel like mental health awareness, I don't feel like we're doing a good job. And spending money on it is making a problem worse.
What happens if you don't? And if you listen to came out of the sheriff's department today, he said we have 30 people in there, and he goes, most of them are mentally challenged. That's why they're there. So what happens is, instead of trying to get these people before they have mental issues, they get in the legal system. Now you're paying attorneys and all kinds of, and we're putting them up in a jail. I agree with what you're saying to a degree, but then the reality is, this is where they end up in the legal system, and that costs us more than if we have tried to keep them out of it.
I just don't feel like spending my tax dollars on mental health is something I want going on, especially in the county. So that's one thing I think we should cut right there. If anything, yeah, we're putting people in the system like, it's not helping. Mental health is not helping. We're just dumping money into a problem that is really, everybody just has bad days, man. And you just gotta get back to community. You gotta stop talking about these Republican, Democrat reasons to hate your neighbor. How many of you guys know your neighbors? Probably the ones that live in the rich neighborhoods, probably, I bet. But nobody talks to anybody no more. Nobody cares anymore. I'm paying to feed these people that are digging out of trash cans. I'm putting them in my car, taking them to somewhere warm.
The ultimate answer to the question is that you need to talk to other citizens. And if they agree with you, then, you need to come to the board and ask us to investigate how to take.
Why don't the board work with the churches in town and see if that we can get somewhere to get these people out of the jails and into churches?
There is a separate board that handles that.
Because the county, through referendum, has the 708, has this tax money. And I don't know where the number 708 comes from. It must be the state law at the time.
Statute.
The statute. Okay, so I'm the board's representative on the 708 board. And we meet quarterly. We'll be meeting in a couple of weeks. And the whole purpose of that board, we are not into the nuts and bolts, the nitty-gritty programming that HRC does. Our role is to determine whether or not we feel like HRC, which is the entity that was determined would receive the funds, is spending the funds appropriately. So we meet quarterly. We hear about what's going on. We do have some very good discussion, but on that board, we have a member from the sheriff's office. We have a middle school principal, a superintendent, a healthcare professional, an attorney. So we try to represent those who can help determine whether or not the money is being spent appropriately. But if the county, if the residents don't feel like there should be a 708 line, then again, like I said earlier, that's up to you all to start that process. We don't start it.
Right.
We can't not levy it. We levy it. They do determine, they request the levy as well. The HRC does. And that determines how much comes on that line.
I just think there's a difference between appropriately and effective. And that's my main issue, is spending money on mental health when none of us know what the hell's going on or how to fix it. None of us are professionals on it, and we're trusting HRC, which I don't.
Is it really a mental health problem, or is it a drug problem and then it turns into a mental health
Well,
problem?
and
We're not actually
HRC,
addressing the need.
I've learned a lot about HRC, but HRC has mental health, substance abuse, and adult special needs. So there are 3 different arms of it. So and HRC works closely with the hospital on emergency issues. But so which came first?
Right.
Katie, I can kind of answer your question a little bit. Our population, in the 708 board, we have those educators on there. I think you come from a family of educators. You understand that there are children that start from a very young age having mental health disorder. based on the environment that they're in, and they may not be using drugs, but maybe someone in their home is. And does that eventually lead to probably some drug use from there? Yes. That's why they call it co-occurring disorder. But we are seeing a rise in pediatric mental health disorders based off of abuse, neglect, poor living conditions.
And those poor living conditions are due to adults in the home being on drugs.
Some
So
of them, yes.
why don't we address that issue before we're addressing the mental health problem then?
I mean, I think that there are groups out there working on it. I would encourage you to get involved in like CARE.
We're involved in it.
Yeah, like, you know, there are ROS, there's community grant funded groups that are working towards trying to, I mean, I know as a member of CARE, like we have paid to help someone get a plane ticket to get into a treatment facility in Florida to get them completely away from here. We have found donors to drive them to treatment facilities in Tennessee. Those things don't necessarily make headlines, but, and they're a one-off here and there, but there are community groups that are working on it. It's not a perfect system. You also have to remember that the SAFE-T Act that was passed by the state of Illinois, the Democratic governor that we have, signed into law the SAFE-T Act, which decriminalizes drugs. So you cannot arrest people for using drugs in the state of Illinois. It makes police work hard to do.
And therefore you can't force somebody to go into treatment. Well, as often as perhaps.
But
they
doing drugs with a child in the home, I mean, if reported by a school, that could warrant an investigation. There's things for that. I also heard somebody talking the other day that like our tax money was going towards some outside thing where I think something to do with the schools, they can now separate the kid from the parent or something. I don't know.
There was a mental health something that'll be starting at some point that the schools are allowed to opt out of. It's like a mental health evaluation that the school can opt out of or choose to do this or that. And when I was watching the informational-ish talk about it the other day, they basically could give no answers about what happens here and here and here.
Yeah, I don't have Facebook, I don't have kids,
So,
so
but
I'm
there
very
are-
outside of this whole world about it. But like,
There are-
back to the mental health thing, you know, we're spending money on this thing that's acting as a light bulb, attracting insects to flow to a place where they think it might be more conducive for them to live. So aren't we actually putting bait out there for those that are struggling? You know?
Sir,
I
what
would say
is your-
putting gambling machines in every place in town.
You haven't identified yourself.
Jacob Ducharme, 9 Janus Avenue, Paris, Illinois.
So remember the 708 funding that the county voted for is a little piece of the whole pie.
I'm just talking about, I'm just voicing my
Right.
opinion on something I don't think we should
Sure.
use. I understand it's our fault, and I'm also here to say, that's how I think we should fix it. Not act as a hub to attract people like this, you know. It's the same thing when you say like, you know, they talk about California all the time, dumping money into the homeless and shit like that. Isn't this adjacent to doing the same thing, just enabling rather than fixing?
I don't think there's answers to all of those questions.
But I know there's not answers, but that's what I
But
want
we
us to
need
think
to
about.
see if other folks have questions, where we
Absolutely.
understand what your view is.
Absolutely.
This is just my take.
Please introduce yourself.
Sue Bailey,
I see.
this is just my take. But Edgar County is fixed on trying to fix the drug people. Maybe they do a little bit with the mentally ill, but they want to fix the drug people. How much money do we have to spend on Narcan to save these people? And the ones that need to be helped, like mental health, that can, you know, provide stuff that they get jobs if they get better. How many of these drug people really actually get clean and stay clean? I think we're just burning our money here. You drive around Paris, you go uptown on Saturday night when they have music up there, boy, it's better than a movie on the screen or TV at home. I'm sorry, but that's my opinion.
Okay, thank you.
I do encourage people to attend the ROSC meetings. I started attending them when they were new. to see if there was a role for me as a county board member. I have much more knowledge than I did, and much more appreciation for the 40 people that show up religiously from all aspects of life and professionals. If you want to have a better understanding of how people are trying to address the bigger issues, that's probably your best place to go. As a county board, we try to do our part and play a responsible role with your money.
I guess this is where I have my opinion, because I was going to some meetings for that. And those people didn't repeat. They come in stoned, they come in to eat. And I guess I just don't understand all this about drugs. There's too many people have got it. Oh, I'm so sorry for them. We need to address them mental health.
Where can one find information about the meetings for, because you, Samantha encouraged and you as well encouraged 2 separate meetings. Where do people find the information about when those meetings are so we can attend? The ROSC meetings I know are posted, if you're on social media, that's where I see them. I see them on Facebook. There's, it's called Edgar County ROSC, ROSC. And that's a recovery-oriented systems of care. That is a grant-funded base that comes out of our house from Charleston, but they are specifically assigned and work in Edgar County. I do know that they occur in the evening time, 5 p.m. 5:15. Or Tuesday, they're usually probably posted in the Free Press. I'm not certain on that. And then the 708 board, I'll let you speak to that.
708 board meets quarterly. Our next meeting is at 7 a.m. on the 19th at the HRC meeting room.
Is that public?
Yeah, is that public?
Oh, okay.
Nobody ever attends, but yes,
Well, probably
it's a public board, yes, but yeah.
Well, I was trying to think, I'm Justin Sunkel, trying to think, we're talking about this mental health, we're talking about all this. What can we as community members do to help? Is there a place that we can donate money? How do we help with this? Because obviously, it's a tax issue, but why can't more of us in the community help out? I'm a big giver, I like to help. Where do I sign up? Where do I help?
Justin, I love people that are solution focused and not problem focused, so thank you for being so positive. I would highly encourage you and Marissa to attend the ROSC meeting, because they're gonna tell you I know just this morning they sent out an email with the girls that run that program, put together a pamphlet of 40 different free or reduced food locations within the communities, so that we at the hospital, I'm speaking on my behalf at the hospital, we now have this flyer. If somebody is saying, I'm hungry, I can't feed my kids, something like that, I now have a flyer to say, here's where you can go to get food, and they even included a transportation link for some of those. On some of them are on a transit list so that they can do stops at too, which is super helpful. But I'm guaranteeing you some of those are relying on donor funding, because they're not tax funded entities. So while I don't have an answer for you, I think that's a great place to start.
I'm Scott Myers. Does that program include getting people jobs and making them be self-sufficient?
They do. I know that the girls at that run ROSC, they have a list going right now of what's called second chance employers, and they are actively going around to local businesses, local industry, independent. My husband is a business owner, and they've been to him and asked, do you employ people that have felonies? Do you offer rides to people that do not have a driver's license? And so they're compiling a list. And they're right now working with an attorney to do a event at, I believe it's at Lake Ridge Church, which is called an expungement. Is it not Lake Ridge? The expungement clinic?
It's the one over here.
Okay, she'll tell you, but
Sorry, I'm
that's
on
to try, they're actively working with people who are clean and in recovery to get their resume, get some of their charges expunged, maybe get some of the felonies off their record or reduced, and then get them, their resumes cleaned up and help them with, interview processing on second chance employers, places that locally employ those folks.
What part of the Edgar County pie, the entire expenditure, do you think that is? What percentage of it? So if the Edgar County expenditure, if we spend X number of dollars, what percentage of those dollars go to mental health and this program? Is it a small
We don't
percentage?
fund ROSC. ROSC is funded completely, correct me if I'm wrong, Lisa, but ROSC is funded completely from a grant funding through the federal government that goes to Our House in Charleston. And then that Charleston, Our House, has subdivided the grants and given Edgar County to people working in the county to do that.
So
the
that
county
program
doesn't-
basically has no effect on our tax dollars, is what I'm asking.
It is, correct.
Right.
Okay, so are there
Local
tax
tax
programs?
dollars, it's tax dollars. It's tax
Correct.
dollars.
Yeah, so it's
Property
property
tax.
tax.
The property taxes is for mental health is $544,000.
So what are our tax dollars paying for directly? If that program is funded by federal tax, or by federal tax dollars, what are our tax dollars, our property tax dollars going for, that $400,000?
544.
I'm sorry, 544,
It goes to HRC for.
directly,
Directly.
okay.
So, you know, it is trying to address, and this has been going on since the 70s.
So,
So it directly helps to address HRC's role in
Mental health,
emergency mental health and substance abuse.
and mental disability, employment for folks that are disabled.
and I'm not opposed to that, that's not the point of my question. One of my questions would be that we have all these programs which are part of the pie. And of those parts of that pie, when do we assess whether those programs are working or whether they're not? And when do we stop them? Or when do we decide whether we can afford them or not as a community?
Yeah, if you go on to HRC's board, because we get their quarterly reports and their annual, if you go on to the HRCEC, if you go on to hrcec.org, you will see their annual report. And that has a lot of information on
Okay,
it.
I don't want to focus, I'm not trying to focus primarily on HRC. I'm a strong supporter of HRC. I think that's a good program. What I'm asking is, that's only a piece of the pie. So of the other pieces of pie, how often does the Edgar County Board decide whether we're getting what we want to get out of those other pieces of pie that we're paying for? And when do we get rid of them? And do we weight all the things that we spend money on? Do we weight those? And do we decide whether they're within the budget or whether they're without it? You know, they shouldn't be there anymore.
I don't think that we as a board can decide that. Those were referendums that were put on by the county voters years ago, kind of like the safety tax that passed here not too long ago. That was a referendum that was proposed by citizens that said, we're willing to have a 1% safety tax if it goes to fund X, Y, and Z. So the mental health was a referendum, the Edgar County Extension, those were all referendums that were put on previously. So if the citizens decide that they want to get rid of some of those services in an effort to reduce their tax burden, they would need to bring that forth to the board as a referendum.
Okay, so when you and I, because you and I have both been asked to sit on the county board, so it was important for both of us to get petitions filled out. And as we filled out those petitions, we had to get signatures from our constituents within our district. And during that time that I got my signatures, I talked to many of my constituents, and many of my constituents do not understand what our tax dollars, our property tax dollars go for directly. So when they ask the questions, or when they make the statements, and we heard them earlier this morning, they don't understand what we're using our money for. They don't understand what we're spending our money for. We don't understand why our taxes are going up. And we're uncomfortable with that because we don't want to pay more taxes along with our existing taxes to pay for programs that we don't understand and we don't know where the money's going. So I'm not actually asking the questions directly for myself. I'm asking them for the 20 people who filled out the papers that told me, why do you want to be on the county board? And I said, I want to give a vote to my constituents. I want to understand what's going on so that I can explain those things. So basically, if you're telling me that when your constituents come to you and say, we don't necessarily agree with these programs anymore, and you get a large amount of them, then we bring it to the county board. And you said because it's a referendum, you don't know if you can get rid of it. Then how do we get rid of it? And when do we decide to get rid of it because we're not getting the benefit out of it that we originally planned to get when we agreed to it?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Augie, then
I'm not trying to
so-
say anything
you
else.
would put that on the ballot in some manner.
Yeah, it'd go on the ballot, and you would decide.
You would
How
have
do we get it on
Majority.
the ballot? Who puts it on the ballot?
So here's how, you would come to the county board and you would present your case, and the county board would decide if they want to initiate that referendum question. If they say yes, then you consult the attorney, you get the language correct, and then we put it on the ballot in a subsequent election.
So,
Now, if
I'm sorry.
if the board decides not to initiate that, then it falls on to the public to initiate that. You have to organize and go around and get your petitions, and then you, and I don't know how many that is, Scott, that's a legal question at this point, because I don't know the answer.
There's a formula, the state will figure that out.
And then you file that directly with the county clerk's office to get put on the ballot.
As a citizen of Edgar County, and as, you know, a member of District 6, I have no idea how much money's spent, nor what it's spent on. Therefore, I can't make a determination of what programs that I would suggest that we get rid of, because I don't know the weighted value of each one of those programs.
Well, I would suggest you go to that 708 board.
And get
talk-
their annual report.
Yeah, get
Well,
the report, but go to
708
the meetings and talk to them.
The
Ask
708 board you
questions.
said is HRC or mental health. Okay, like I said, I don't necessarily want to focus just primarily on 708 or mental health.
That's
I
fine.
want to focus on each individual piece of the pie.
Right.
And then weight those depending on how much money we're spending on it, so that we can fit the budget
Mhm.
with our tax dollars without raising them every year.
I
That's
think-
what I really want to do.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you.
Well, there's a lot of analytic work that's gonna have to go along with that.
There is.
And a lot of determination of what we're exactly spending money on and how much, what we're writing checks on. And if it's up to the citizens of Edgar County to then, the constituents, to then bring it to the board and then the board vote on it, we're gonna have to know what you're doing. And that's the problem. And I'm not saying you're doing anything wrong. I really don't have any problem with that. I'm just saying, we don't know what we want to get rid of unless we know what you're doing.
Come to meetings.
I will, I'll be happy to.
We're online. I mean, if the citizens, we can't go out in the community and do an education program.
Why not?
Well, wait a minute. I'm saying, we can't just, we have an education program. How far do we take it? We can't take it to the point where, we're citizens also. And we study as much as we can on every issue. And we make sure that it gets online. And that we have open meetings. And that we have hearings. And that we make sure that there's only a limited amount. The citizens have got to want to learn. That's, I guess, what my point is. They've got to want to know. Otherwise, what do they say? An advertiser says you gotta tell somebody 100 times before they actually listen? And that's what we're
We
facing.
voted today to put the budget out for public viewing. I think, get a copy of that. Go through that budget line by line. Talk it over with your constituents and say, what part of the sheriff's budget do you not agree with? And bring it back to your representative, to bring it to the board, come to a board meeting. All of those line items, the budget for years has been put out on the county's website. Go through it, print it, look at it. I mean, that's the business that I'm in. I am constantly looking at a budget to see where it can be balanced. Forgive me, but I've only had it for 2 days. I was not going to vote on the budget today because I have over 90 questions on it. But those are some things that I would expect for you. I know, Jeff, I'm sorry. Those are just there's just some things that, like, I do hear what you're saying, and I validate what you're saying. But also, nobody wants to pay more taxes, myself included. But also, how do we look at our sheriff's department and say, which dispatcher isn't gonna have a job tomorrow, or which corrections officer isn't gonna have a job tomorrow? And maybe those are some questions that we need to be having. I'm not saying I'm gonna do that, I'm giving you examples. You need to look at that budget and say, where are we spending that money? Do we need to get rid of HRC and free up $544,000? Is that gonna make our homeless population worse? Is that going to take away healthcare access in the community? Those are really hard questions to have, and I think we are at a point to have really hard questions because we're having a really hard question about potential tax increase. But you can't, it's not a one-sided conversation. There has to be public input, and that the public has to be knowledgeable and want to come with solutions and not problems.
I agree, but I also think that transparency and getting a consensus that understands what's going on, that wants to learn what is really going on without blaming anybody for the decisions that have been made in the past is exceptionally important, and that's not gonna happen unless you've got people that are going out in the community and saying, hey, I understand this, I understand why they did this, and I'm gonna tell you why they did it. It's just like earlier today, we had somebody say, why do you have meetings at 8:45 in the morning? We were asked specifically, when we were interviewed, if we had any problems with moving the meetings to night. I don't have any problem with that at all. I come to a meeting 8 or 9 o'clock at night, and that would make it more transparent. It would also make it more transparent if people learn what the county board was really doing. However, it is not as easy as that. It is not as easy as just reading the budget and understanding it. You have to have somebody that reads it, understands it, and is able to speak to it to tell what we're really spending money on. And also someone who's gonna say, I don't think we're getting anything out of this program, and we really need to get rid of it to keep our tax dollars from going up. Do you really wanna pay for this?
Well, it's gonna take a group. It can't just take one or two. I mean, there has to be an ignition source, but there has to actually be fire there. And then a group of people grows to a larger group, that grows to a larger group. It can't be one person's, like, coming on the board with an axe to grind. You gotta look at everything.
Absolutely understand that. I don't have an axe to grind, I just don't want to increase on the taxes, neither does anybody else.
No, nobody.
May I, Jeff?
Yes.
When you get your tax bill, if you look, there's a line for each entity that's collecting tax dollars. The county collects, the schools collect, the fire district, the JUCOs, if you're in a city. So my advice is, a smaller portion of your bill is actually coming to the county. Nearly 70% of that's going to the schools, so this kind of thing not only needs to happen in the county, but in the school districts. I think you need to go to, if there are fire meetings, I don't know how to attend these, but these are other entities that you should address. Again, the county's taking an increase, but of your total tax bill, it's a very small portion considering all these other entities that are also collecting dollars for you, and I think all of them should be looked at, questions asked, etc.
County's 14% of your total tax bill.
And that's for all of the agencies.
Yeah.
So can you imagine people, the amount of people that were here this morning, or even this amount of people showed up at the Crestwood School Board meeting demanding
Absolutely.
answers? Because I've been to those meetings, and I've been the only person there besides the newspaper. I've been to those meetings because I have been cussed out. I have been almost punched in front of my children just for trying to get my handicapped child out to drop her off at school in the handicap parking. My car has been almost sideswiped. Like, there are very few people who are actually really kind in the Crestwood drop-off line, or the Memorial one. I'm sure everyone who has dropped off a kid or picked up a kid at school understands the pain that it all is. But like, go demand answers from the people named on those lines. You have a right to do that. Like, everyone in this room has a right to do that.
Remember, before they can generate a levy, they have to have a budget that justifies what they're asking for. And if you've got a rather detailed budget that breaks down how much paper, and how much staff, and how much phone, so forth, the better detail gives you a better idea what kind of control there is that generates the levy. They have to justify it. And if you get into a meeting and you start looking at their, I wouldn't even start with their levy, you start with their budget, take a look at what they're doing, because that's kind of a guide to what programs, where you can tell where their emphasis is. And if you disagree with that, then you find like-minded people, you go in and tell them. And see if they'll respond. And if they don't, then you take it a step farther. And, you know, everybody's got different ideas, and certainly there's no perfect agency, you know, God knows, but that's what I would suggest.
Well, judging on the amount of people that were in here this morning and the amount of interaction that the people had, these types of conversations right here would be extremely beneficial to bring the county on board with what you're doing and how things are working. If I'm out in the public and people are talking to me about things, I don't necessarily know all the answers to them, of course, because I'm not even part of it. I know Lisa very well, and I don't have any problem calling Lisa and asking her a question. But most people don't know members of the county board and can't get those answers because they don't know you. I mean, I didn't know who you were until 2 weeks ago, Jeff. I'm sorry for that.
Lucky you.
I'm sorry, but I have a lot of questions I like to ask. Because, you know, part of this is part of my money, and there are 9,000 residents of Paris, Illinois, and quite a few people who pay property taxes that really want to know where their money's going. And assuming that it's being mismanaged, based on some of the things that people have said earlier today, is not necessarily the right approach. However, if we could go through the budget and then justify the things that we were doing, that would go a long ways with the community. That's basically my statement. I don't understand all of it because I haven't even seen the budget. I wouldn't mind going through it. But I was a corporate business analyst for quite some time, and doing that, I had to make decisions, and they weren't necessarily good decisions on, and I'm not saying they were bad decisions, what I'm saying is they weren't popular decisions at the time. A little bit ago, you said something about we would have to decide if we cut the budget, which police officer was cut from the force, or what we wouldn't do. Exactly.
Which actually that would be the
Just an
sheriff's
example.
determination.
Just an
Yeah.
example. When I did that, I had to decide how many employees we were gonna keep. It's the same thing. But if the budget says, you don't have this much money, you can't hire this person, or you have less money right now because you chose to get a police car rather than having a police officer, and I don't wanna focus on having less police officers, I think we need more of them. But difficult decisions have to be made where we don't spend beyond our budget and we stay within it.
There is
Just
a
like I have.
caveat to that, though. The state tells us that we've got to have 2 people on each shift, or we've got to have this, we have to have this function, and the judges tell us that you've got to have a person for this department, a person for that department, a person for that department.
Nobody knows those rules,
I know.
including me.
Yeah, well, it's hard to know because it's kind of like,
It's a convoluted mess.
well, and the rules change.
Yeah.
What?
It's in Springfield.
Yeah, and we do, I mean, the local folks have been, I think, more active. Do you know how many people came to our last year? I forget what we raised last year, but our taxes went up a little bit more than they're gonna go this year. Nobody showed up. Nobody. So, but, you know, this deal with the solar, we've gotten more people involved. Obviously, this got more people involved.
Well,
It's not a bad thing.
Based on the people that I've talked to, the community is on the teeter and brink of saying, okay, that's enough. We've paid enough taxes, and we want to know, as citizens, who we can go to complain about.
Let's start with your county board member.
That's what I'm doing.
That's, the other thing is,
That's why I'm here.
you know, it's very, I guess I wasn't gonna bring this up, but I'm more fortunate. My wife and I bought a place next to our grandkid. And we have far less there than we have here. We're fortunate. And the tax bill is 2.5 times higher where we are at. And it's in little Menard County, Illinois.
Do you find that unfair, Jeff?
Yeah.
So
I mean, maybe it's, you know, why do I only pay this much here, but I gotta pay 2.5 times more over there?
Well, we don't understand the rules, and we don't understand why the rules are made the way that they are. And we're getting to the point, and I'm speaking for the community when I say this, because I've talked to several people about it, like more than 100. We want to know where the money's going, and we want to know what we're paying for. And I don't want to short anybody on this board. I've known Lisa since I was a kid. I've respected Carl Farnham for, I don't know, 40 years, and I appreciate every bit of service that every single one of you has done, including Russell, and I'm not sure who that guy is, but and all of you. I think you guys are great. You've done a great job of what you're doing, and we, without understanding what you're doing, we're all assuming that you're doing something wrong because you want more money. And that's, the point of it is I think the community wants a voice of an explanation.
When you're talking to those 100 people, I would encourage them to do exactly what Dina said. Look at that tax bill, and every one of those is a taxing entity. So all of the people that showed up here this morning, I hope that they are going to their school boards. Our schools get more money than, I think they're the highest thing on the tax bill, right? Doesn't matter what school district you're in. So go to those school boards. Are those people on those boards being as fiduciarily responsible with those taxpayer funds as they possibly can? They have rules that they have to comply with too. Mandates that are unfunded from the government that say you have to have X number of this and that. But it's good to get that knowledge and ask those questions, because the county is just one taxing receiver of funds.
I understand, but if 14% of my taxes go to the county, then this group right here are the stewards of 14% of my money.
Correct.
And I'm gonna ask you what you're doing with it. And then, go ahead, I'm sorry.
So that's why I'm on the 708 board. I'm also on the health board.
Carl's on 911.
Carl's on 911. We are assigned to different boards that reflect who receives our funding. And, you know, I'm not quiet.
Well, who controls the
So-
school board then, if there's 70% of it?
The taxpayers.
Okay.
But some one of you guys are on that board though, right?
No, because they don't,
I thought-
Not school.
they don't receive any of this
So we have to
money.
go to an entirely different board.
Totally a different entity.
Have to go to an entirely different board to control the 70%. And what option do we have to say, okay, school board, you can't have any more money because we're taxed out? How do we do that?
You have to go straight to the school board and to the superintendent. And your final recourse is that you elect a couple of school board members every 2 years.
Well, I
And if
unfortunately.
they do not listen to you, then you need to vote them out and vote somebody in that thinks like you do and wants the same things that you want.
Well, I have grandkids in school, but I unfortunately don't have any, well, fortunately, I don't have any children in school anymore. So I really don't have a horse in that race, all right?
You do though.
Well, I do because I'm a taxpayer. I got you there. I understand that. But I would think that a younger generation that does have children in school would be more interested in the school board than I would, because they would be determining what programs that they were paying for. So,
But you've got the time that they probably don't. They're running kids all over Hell's Half Acre.
shoot, I don't have any time. I'm always working on a tractor.
Well, but I mean, life's a little bit more hectic when you get kids running around.
I understand.
And they don't know some of the stuff that we've been through.
And their perspective may be very different.
Yes.
They want more programs, and their tax bill isn't as high as yours, so the impact on their life might be a little smaller.
There too, I'm highly interested in the county board, not in the school board. However, I understand that it's a larger piece of the pie,
Yeah,
but
it's a
I am
Big,
far
big.
more interested in the county board than I am school.
Augie wants to sneak in here with a question.
I'm sorry.
No, but,
I feel like I'm maximizing a whole amount of time. I think I've been talking for 30 minutes.
Well, we're gonna,
well, actually,
we're gonna
it's 40
get,
minutes.
You're
we're
gonna
gonna
shut me
get,
off.
we're gonna shift gears here in a minute and see if we can answer some questions.
That's great. I need a break anyways.
I think, just from listening early this morning and possibly now, when you receive your tax bill from the county treasurer, it's not the county treasurer or the county board that sets all those levies. So, coming at it a different way now. So, each school district submits a levy to my office. And levy's just a request for taxpayer funds, okay? The county, the fire protection districts, the villages, the Christmas, just all kinds of different taxing bodies. They submit that. The county board has nothing to do with that. They have nothing to do with that. We input that into our tax program, and it spits out a tax bill. The treasurer, Don, emails out your tax bill. But I think people they misunderstand that that's not the treasurer of the county board that makes all of that up. They have nothing to do with only but a small portion of the tax bill.
Okay.
Does that
So,
help?
It does help. It does help. However, I want to tell you what happens when you don't agree with it. So I got a tax bill this year, and they taxed me for 19 acres tillable land. I said, I don't have 19 acres tillable land. Here are my bills from my farmer that clearly state that I have 16.5 acres tillable land. So I went to Donald Wiseman's office and I filed a dispute on how much they were taxing me. Although it was a small dispute, they sent it through anyways. And they sent it back to me and declined it and told me that they're gonna tax me for 19 acres tillable land, even though I have proof that I'm only farming 16. So then, I spoke to somebody else and they said, well, you have to go to the state board of review and take it up a notch. Why would I have to do that? I clearly have the proof of what I'm getting taxed for.
Okay, that's not a treasurer's question, that's a little.
I understand. I'm just referring what happens as a taxpayer when you do that. And it goes there and the board of review negates your claim. And I'm gonna tell you, I like going to the tax office. The tax girls give me a piece of candy every time I go there. I tell them, if I'm gonna write a check, I better have a piece of candy, and they give me a Hershey's Kiss, and it's a special one, believe me, and it's a great thing, and they're very, very nice to me, okay? I'm nice pretty much everywhere I go. And I don't have any problems at all with the tax office. My problem is the convoluted system. I have the proof, I showed it to them, they declined it, now I gotta go somewhere else. And it's a difficult process that most people don't have time for. And it doesn't get you anywhere.
we need to let some other folks, you said you need.
That's what I've been waiting on, Jeff.
All right. Yes,
Get me
ma'am.
off the hot seat.
We just wanna make sure everybody, if they've got questions, they get a chance. Yes, ma'am.
My name's Marissa Sunkel. I want to say in regards to kind of the things that were said about the funding portion of that, if you ask for a volunteer, you get 50 people that say, yep, we will sign up to get that program going. And then there are 2 people that show up to actually help with the stuff. Encourage your people to get themselves out there. Things do not get done without people. And then as far as the funds, cutting that slice of the pie out, instead of cutting things out, look at retention. How are we, you know, you made a comment, comments have been made about, like the man that was back here, he said, well, how do we know that that's working? Or if it's not working? Okay, well, we know certain parts of the programs are working. So what can we as a community do? Give the thought to, okay, since those programs are working, how can we encourage maybe more of these funds to go to these programs? That way we can get the better retention rate, to get the people back in those second chance programs and all of the things like that, because somebody's given each one of us a second or fourth or fifth or 10th chance at some point in our lives. And so, do I think that some people may be a little bit beyond help? Sure. But also, I think that some people do want to do better and be better. So I was asked to speak on behalf of a friend of mine, a neighbor, a Chrisman neighbor. Her name is Amber. She couldn't be here today because she's working her full-time job, and then on her combined lunch break with her 2 15-minute breaks, she goes and does another job to help offset some of the income that she needs to make. She wants me to start with saying that she's extremely sorry if this comes off as a little rude. She is just being very vulnerable, trying to make it known. It says, I am a single mom with 2 girls at home, both under the age of 16. Even though I have my house paid off, I am at risk of losing it right now because my property taxes were and are now even more than I can afford. My total property taxes for 2024, which I have yet to pay, and 2025 total $4,400. I have epilepsy, spinal stenosis, stage 5 disc degeneration, which is the worst stage, and a multitude of other health issues. There isn't a lot of work I can do consistently, so I don't go to the office. My company has made it to where I am thankfully homebound. However, I don't get to sit up all the time, and I'm unable to attend the meeting because I am working. I'm working every minute I can so I don't lose our home, so my girls do not become homeless. When I have finally worked enough, God willing, I am able to, and can pay that $4,400. I'll have to work until I've got 30% of that again, so I can just pay taxes again, even before it raises. We're being taxed to death by the government at a federal level, and by Chicago, and by Illinois. I absolutely cannot afford to be taxed to death by Edgar County too. Thank you. And that's all she had to say. I don't know if she's looking for answers. I think she just wanted people to hear it, know that she's struggling and resonates, and the fact that she was brave enough to just put it out there to make sure that you guys were aware. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Carolyn Wheeler, and my question is similar, but I heard you mention that the state tells you, like you have to have 2 more police officers, you have to, if the community, you pass that on to the community, which you have to do in taxes, but what if the community can't do it? I mean, I need to pay my taxes every year, this poor lady needs to pay hers, but if the people don't have the money and they lose their homes, what does the community do when they're being taxed by the state that they can't afford? The community can't afford it. What happens to the community?
It's not good. And if we don't have the deputies out there or the police, then what happens when you get up in the morning and half your stuff's gone.
That's what I'm
Or they
saying.
killed, God forbid, one of your relatives.
I mean, what can a community do? Because the state says, you mentioned something this morning about 1%, but the state says it's 3%. How can,
Oh, yeah,
yeah,
assessments.
I don't remember what it was.
It was
but I
on
remember-
assessments, yes.
Yes, you said 1, it's only 1, but then they say 3.
Yeah.
What can a community do when we're being, because we all, as a community, have to pay this? You don't have any control over, but.
Yeah, and they'll send in, you know, things go wrong at the jail, they threaten you with the lawsuit to the individual boards.
Then what if the community doesn't have this money?
You gotta watch out. That sounds, you think, well, that's a great answer, but that's it. What
I mean,
kind
I'm not
of-
gonna be around that many more years. I mean, hopefully I can pay my taxes while I am, but.
A lot of the things that the state mandates are, they work in Chicago, they don't work down here.
No, I mean, we aren't Chicago.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't think they know that up there, though.
I mean,
I don't think there's an answer to that.
It's
At
tough.
this point, there isn't.
Right. It's a
We're-
long-term solution.
We're asking you folks, if you weight those decisions based on, like, if we have programs, and she said, if we can't afford it as a community, doesn't the county board weight the decisions based on how much money they have?
Yeah, we do all the time.
That's,
Yeah.
It's very
well,
true.
that's-
Department heads have gotten an email from Jeff just this year asking us to cut any line item possible at all.
I mean,
And so, yeah.
we're plugged in, and we operate as a team. Even though some of us are elected, some of us aren't, I can't tell the sheriff what to do, but I don't lord it over you. We we all know we're in it together. And we just try to work it out the best we can. I mean, you know, the sheriff, his budget is one of the larger budgets within the general fund. Of course, they've got 23 professional law enforcement people. And, you know, everything from COs to telecommunicators and then the sheriff's deputies. So, and I mean, they're unionized.
And then
Some of the
the state says you
commanders.
have to have so many people there anyways.
Yeah.
It's not like we can just say, no, we don't, we have to have so many people in the
Right,
jail
and then if
at a
something
time.
happens that we don't have, we cut somewhere, we've had it happen where somebody's died in the jail because they killed themselves. Then the city, then we get
There's a big
sued,
lawsuit.
the lawsuit,
So that costs
and
a lot of
then,
money.
yeah,
Then you don't get to the jail, you pay a lawyer.
yeah.
Well,
I mean, it's-
But, I mean, it could have been prevented. Somebody's gonna lose money somewhere.
Right.
You had a question back
I have a
there.
question. So if most of the budget goes to the schools, whenever we have all the county schools, I mean, we have Chrisman, Kansas, and Shiloh that are relatively, I mean, very, very small classes. Some of them only have like 3 students. Is there ever a point that we get to saying like, hey, like we can't continue with the upkeep of these buildings, of these other districts, we all need to do a county high school or any of that?
Yeah, I mean, it's called consolidation, and certainly.
Where do you go to start that? School board, Oh, really? Well, they're currently working on the 2 districts we have in Paris.
Superintendents, you're voting on superintendents, go to the
So
school
like
board.
Chrisman and Shiloh over the years, they've been in Kansas, I mean, they're the holdouts on it. I don't think that anyone in Paris, I think that actually both school boards have been pretty open to doing it. Is there ever a point where we're like, hey, like, it doesn't matter if you guys are holding out, it's just as it's a money thing, we can't continue to spend money on these buildings and the upkeep of them?
Then you run into community pride. I used to I've served on a couple different school boards. And it doesn't make sense, but it's operated here, not here, in some communities about their school, especially if you're from that area.
You know,
I'm
I
just-
don't know if the 2 Paris schools, or I guess there's more than 2, but if the Paris schools could consolidate without the outlying ones, that's a great question for the school boards, like, could
Could
they
be like 495?
yeah, could like
I knew that they were wanting to.
could they consolidate into one district and lower the tax base for their constituents, because then maybe that could force the other smaller communities to see, hey, we got lower taxes down here, but better opportunities in this school. I mean, that's just a great question for
I mean, I think it definitely, like, the starting point has to be District 4 and 95
Yeah.
merging, and I think that needs to be done.
Can I piggyback question onto something you said? So I know that Kansas is Tri-County, and I know that Shiloh, they co-op into Tri-County, and then Chrisman, they like do sports, I believe, with Georgetown.
Some sports.
Yes,
Yeah.
so then we are all helping fund X, Y, and Z to do those things. I'm assuming that tax dollars from the other counties as well, like Bolts County, because I'm Oakland and Shiloh, like that's going into Kansas's school as well. So then, when we look at the budgets, the school board minutes, the whatever, we should see increases on their side of things as well as.
If you look at their board minutes, you will see how they make their financial arrangements. Like, okay, I'm gonna put 50% into the Kansas says I'm gonna put 50% into the Tri-County football budget. Chrisman says I'm gonna pay $5,000 for my 3 kids to play football at Georgetown.
So there are because that is it, like there was a family that moved, they built their house and they ended up being more in Chrisman, so they sent their kids to Chrisman from Crestwood. And this little boy went from a class of like 16, 20 at Crestwood, which is still relatively small, to a class of 6. And I know that that's, you know,
As long as Chrisman feels they can
Yeah.
afford it, then that's the way it is.
Are they affording it because the county tax dollars are going to afford it for them?
County tax dollars.
Oh, okay.
It's the school district.
It's the residents in each of the school districts. That, you've gotta go to your local school board and ask questions.
Yes, ma'am.
My name's Ellen Literal, and what I keep hearing over and over is people don't understand the process. And is there some way we could have an educational meeting or just some kind of venue where people can learn it? You know, a lot of people come in here and they gripe about something they don't know about. There's a reason why maybe you have to spend this money. You spend this money and then it gets matched by somebody else. Or sometimes there's a valid reason, but if you're sitting outside, you don't know that. But they don't know how to get the information. You know, people here, I don't know, there's just not a good communication link, and part of that's because of having a weekly newspaper now. Part of it's just, there's not good feedback, you know, between citizens and entities. And is there a way that we can educate our citizens, because there's a lot of citizens that want to help and don't want to cut everything, they just want to learn and be effective with what we have. Is there some way we could try to create something to educate our citizens?
I would think there is. Yeah.
Because everything you say is everything, the burden goes back to the taxpayer to try to find this information. Well, a lot of people don't know, well, how do I do that? Where's that? I don't do Facebook. What do you mean that's on Facebook? Well, then where else can I find it? You know, stuff just to answer. What's the process and where do you get information? And then people to understand, like people come in and we've been talking about a lot of school things. That's not your problem. You know, just so people understand who do you go to for what. That's just my comment.
Yes.
Hi, my name's Keith McManus. I've not lived here a whole hell of a long time. I've been here about 4 years. I chose to move here and bring my kids here and raise them here, and overall it's been fantastic. But the thing that could drive most people nuts, right, is that it's always more, right? Taxes always go up. It's like Groundhog's Day, right? Every year. Well, what's it gonna go up? It's gonna go up, right? Who determines and what determines, pardon me, I don't know you guys' names, I don't know any of you really, but you mentioned, for instance, the levies come in, you put it into a system and boom, this is what it is. So by saying that, you guys don't have any say in what's being allocated? Is that what I'm, so you guys just comes in, you spit it out, this is what it is. That's it, from every entity, basically.
And the county is one entity.
It's a small portion of
It's a
that.
small
Right.
portion, but yes, the other entities.
They can never get more than what they requested. Sometimes they leave money on the table, so they say.
And the school, they send that to you, and you put that in.
Yeah, and
The negotiation is somewhere else, it's not with us.
Absolutely, it's
No,
at their local
It's
school board.
at the school board.
And
The second
along
part
the
of that-
line, the school board is given limits. In other words, the county board is 27 cents per hundred. I don't want to confuse everybody. But in order to raise that limit, they have to go to the people, school board I'm talking about. They can't just say we want $1 per hundred or $1. They have to ask, and there's laws that govern, the state of Illinois passes those.
Sure, sure.
So whatever they're at, the rate that they're at and they're taxing has been set by the taxpayers.
Okay, so, and the second part of that is, there's, again, you say refer to this board, refer to that board, refer to this board meets at 7 on the 19th, et cetera, that's a Wednesday, by the way, 7 a.m. Most people that work, like myself, are not
You
gonna
know
make
why
that,
it's at
right?
7? Because we all work.
I agree, I understand that, I'm just saying, like, but that's the rhetoric across all them boards, right? All the boards meet during a work day, because I get it, right, everybody has their own jobs, most of them, right, I would agree.
Schools
So, not schools, they may,
Yeah.
but that also causes problems with most people that, the very people that are actually paying probably a good portion of the taxes, right, are working folks and so on that can't go meet at 8:45 this morning and can't come back and meet at 11:30, unfortunate. But that also causes very big conflicts, because while I would love to go to every one of them and challenge every budget, because I think that the budgets in general are all bloated. I think that's an American problem, not necessarily an Edgar County problem. But who's out there challenging these budgets that are going through it line by line and saying, that's not acceptable, this is bloated, we can reduce that by 1,000, we can reduce that by 1,000. Who, I mean, for this board, is there anybody that does that type of thing?
Yes.
And who does that? I'm just out of curiosity, right? 'Cause I'm just
Well,
trying to
the board
understand.
is, there's only 7 people on the board.
Sure.
So it's not like some counties get 27 people on.
Sure.
So I guess I'm the first screen, and then the board sits down and takes a look at it and goes, you know, what's this, what's this, what's this? Some people got 90 questions, some people got 5. But I mean, everybody's given the opportunity to look at this.
Over the years, right, it's like, it's always going up, every year. Wages may not go up. If I decide, hey, you know, my house is like kinda crappy, right? I'm gonna put money into it to make it more presentable. But then the surveyor's gonna come and say, you did some stuff to your house, right? Am I right? And they're gonna say, we're gonna charge you more for that. So now I just put money in to make my house presentable for the community, but yet I'm gonna get charged more. So it's almost reverts back to, you know what, maybe I should make it look like crap on the outside and really nice on the inside, because then I'm gonna pay lower taxes, but then I'm gonna have people show up and say, hey, this house looks like crap, you know, you need to fix that. That's
I wanna give you
that's
an
an ordinance
analogy.
or whatever. It's like catch-22, right? What I'm getting at is, it's,
Well, everybody keeps saying, well, the government's always asking for more money. But think of the couple with 2 kids and they live in a house. And they make $50,000 a year between the two of them. And another year rolls around and they're looking at their budget, and maybe they only got a 3% raise.
Mhm.
But the power went up 17%. Food went up 9%.
Mhm.
And please, I'm not asking for sympathy for the county, but we're a lot like that couple.
Sure.
We have lights, we have power, we have heat, we have insurance, and all of that stuff goes up every year. So we gotta make a decision, do we pay these bills or start shutting down power? Or do we lay off a person or a couple of people that we're supposed to have on the job to do things? I know somebody said earlier that we have but he hasn't raised his levy in whatever. I don't understand that, because they must not have
I
any
wouldn't
power
wanna work
bills.
for him. That
What?
means- I wouldn't wanna work for him, that means no pay raises.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we have union contracts, and we've been fortunate, we have a good rapport with the union. We were able to give out a 3% increase to folks this year, and the CPI was 2.9, so I don't think we're being extravagant there.
No, I'm not accusing anyone of.
No,
being-
I'm
but
just-
I think as a whole, right?
Yeah, we're talking as a
Somebody's gotta
whole,
dive
yes.
deeper, right? And it's not gonna be, you know, Joe sitting over here, right? Someone has to own it, right? Somebody has to want to be able to work for their constituents and bring that down, right? Because if he, and you say, ma'am, you said, you know, I won't work for him. Well, that's what I do want to work for, because that's somebody we need to be listening to and learning how that's happening. How is that happening? Because that's a big deal. And I'll bet the people of Kansas are pretty happy about it. If that's where it's from or wherever, from what I heard, right? I came in kind of late there, the first day I couldn't get in the door. But that would be the Bible. That's what I want to read from and see how that's happening, because it's happening there, but not everywhere else, right? And I know Edgar's much bigger, et cetera, right? But there's got to be something, right? There's got to be something. And educational would be one thing, but somebody somewhere, and that may be school board, that may be, there's 400 different boards in this town, right? And I can't make it to every one of them board meetings, but I would argue that people that have been on those boards for 10, 15 years and taxes go up every year, that is a red flag to me, right? Well, should be. I go balance budgets for my job, and if I'm over, if I don't get it under, I find a new job. That's how it works. I can't go to my corporate CEO and say, hey, I know you gave me that budget, but I can't hit that budget. It's gonna be this. And he's gonna say, well, figure it out, right? And I think that's what a lot of people are trying to say, is like, we're not saying it's directly your guys' job to find that, but somebody's is. And I think it's important that we find out who's that somebody and how do we make that process better, right? We gotta continue to get better, so we don't just keep saying, well, 5%, 4%, we're throwing darts out here, right? And everybody's like, what's going on, right? I think a major contributor is, you know, the American people went after a Department of Government Efficiency, right? Now, that's rolling down a different hill, but it's the right idea, right? Start identifying what works and what doesn't, right? I think mental health is a thing. I think the school boards is a thing. I think there's numerous things, right? That you go down those rabbit holes and you find the things that aren't working, right? If you can't give me a reason why you need this and where the positive is, or where the benefit is, well, as I've heard, right? Where's the juice, right? Is the juice worth the squeeze that we're giving and giving and giving and always giving?
I would encourage you, do you have children?
I do.
So you're young, you're passionate, I can totally appreciate that. If at all possible, it starts with every single voice that was here this morning. I wish the people that were here this morning would put their hand up and volunteer to be on a board somewhere.
I am,
Because,
actually, yes.
thank you.
I am on the Little League board out
Honestly,
here,
thank
and we
you.
were in debt 3 years ago.
Yes,
We are not now.
great.
We've made decisions, we've made cuts, we've done things we are not favorable on.
If everybody.
But it made a difference, and
Yes.
now we are green.
If everybody went into every board looking at with a magnifying glass and said, hey, where can we squeeze a little bit? I think
Right.
we could make an impact, but as you said, there's multiple boards throughout the counties that control a lot of the funding that happens, and it's gonna take everybody. And time.
And lots of time and patience.
And there, I mean,
sometimes-
honestly, there's boards that I don't even know exist.
Yeah.
Right? ROSC, I don't even know what that was till today. And maybe that's, you know, I've been here forever, I've only been here a few years, but nevertheless, there's 100 more of those that people
Part
have
of the
no
Ross-
zero idea.
Part of the Ross board though, like there are boards that exist, I'm not trying to play devil's advocate, but there are boards that exist and the people on those boards don't necessarily publicly blast, hey, I'm part of this, let's do this and this and this, because some of those boards are to help protect the people that they help.
Sure.
Domestic violence
kids, things like that. I don't have the answer for how you get a list of that kind of stuff.
Where do you find a list of
But
all
like-
the boards in Harris, in Edgar County?
I think
Is
starting
there-
with the paper,
Yeah,
that's a
start with
great
the paper.
idea. I mean,
that-
Bethany
The
herself is.
inside front page lists upcoming meetings.
No, I mean like
An
a
excellent
general
Yeah.
list. I don't care about the dates, but
Is there a list?
is there a list that
Is there a
says
list
there's
that exists?
X amount
There
of
used to be a
lists of
pamphlet put out once a year that had all the boards in it.
Would
But I
that be
don't
something you
know.
could find
I
on
don't-
the website maybe, or
I guess that would be a
the
good question, like,
paper's website, or?
Do that?
Okay.
Can we do that? Put it on the county website, or are you limited to the amount of space you can?
No. The thing is to get an exact list.
And those change all the time.
Well, that's gonna change, but
And it doesn't necessarily have to have who's on what
No,
board,
no, no.
or this or that,
Just
but.
what it is.
But what board it is, and
Because if, for instance, if I'm gonna put time and effort into digging into every single one of these problems, then I need to know where to start, and I can start by saying, okay, it's the school board, it's this, it's that, it's another. But there's another half a dozen boards that I don't even know exist that are also probably taking some funds somewhere here and there or another, right? Even if it means it's not coming directly from this pocketbook, but from somebody else's pocketbook that gets that from this pocketbook, right? It's a string of things, I'm assuming. I don't know that for a fact, but I kind of understand how things work sometimes, and it's, you may give money to this person, and then that person says, well, I'll dish out a little bit here and a little bit there. But that's, I think, a problem across the community, is we have 400 different boards, and nobody knows what they are, or when they are, or who they are, or what they're called, or, I'd say I've learned a lot today, just coming in here, right? But there's a laundry list of things I think that contribute to this particular tax increase, but it's hard to dig into that when everything's just kind of a secret. And I didn't live here forever, so historically, right, just not blaming anyone here, but historically, this has not been the best truthful county. Historically. Now, that's a thing of the past, but people that don't live here, that move here, already have that kind of ingrained, right? Edgar County's a little, you know, not that I agree, but that's kind of a mindset across the, everywhere I've lived. And I've lived in numerous counties, Indiana, and so on. But this is where I've chose to lay my roots and et cetera. And I think there's a lot of good things, but I think there's some things that are swept under the rug, and we're not gonna really look into that, you know, we'll dig into something else.
Mr.
But-
McManus, I would like to speak to
Sorry.
that, just, no,
That's
no,
all I
no,
have.
I wanna say something in regards to what you just said. It is so hard to find people that are passionate and ask the hard questions, and it's even harder to find people willing to answer those questions, because I have been asking questions just like that to lots of people for the last 18 plus months, and the amount of people that I get to actually willingly answer them without slapping a lawyer in their face is minimal, maybe 1%. It's pathetic. I literally had to get a lawyer from Equip for Equality involved because I found out that the high school gym is not ADA compliant, and our daughter got hit with a basketball at a basketball game because it is not ADA compliant, and I was told, just go sit by the trash can. Literally, I was told to go sit by the trash can at that pretty new school gym. So I got lawyers involved because that's not right, because if he's saying that to me, he's gonna say it to somebody who doesn't have a backbone. I'm going to stand up, I'm going to ask the hard questions, but it's hard to find people to answer them. Is there a way, that meeting that's on a Wednesday, you said Wednesday?
I don't
7
know, I
a.m.
just, I
Okay,
looked up
the
when they
19th.
said the date. That's all.
I would absolutely love to be able to attend a meeting like that, and I understand you all have work to do. And so, I understand why it's at 7 a.m., I get that. But 7 a.m. on a weekday for people like us who are passionate and want to get involved and help. 7 a.m. I'm rushing 3 kids around trying to get everybody ready for school and not biting anybody's head off. So is there at any point in time that any of these meetings that exist at a non-attainable time, could there be a sub-meeting that the community could get involved with in a, not necessarily at the courthouse, but like in a safer place that people can ask the questions that they need to ask and don't have to miss work for?
So you're asking for a listening session?
Anything like that, yeah, for whatever board there may be, because like that 7 a.m. on a weekday is really not attainable for people who do have young kids.
unfortunately, I still have to take 2 kids to school every single morning and find the drop-off line. So at 7 a.m., I'm getting kids ready. So are there ways to ask for meetings that aren't at 7 a.m. on a Wednesday where the public can ask, hey, well, maybe we've got this idea, or can we've looked at the budget now, like, can you ask these questions, or
But you
things
know,
like that?
you can always pick up the phone or send an email to, just as an example, and say, Jonathan Burns, who's the, well, I just indicated executive director.
Okay,
But,
so
you know, you say, Jonathan, I have questions.
Okay, and that's great, I love that I can call those people,
Because
but
you
then it's
don't know-
finding out who's on those boards.
Right, right.
Okay.
But again, you know, we have multiple ways to find out information.
Yes.
And it is on people to use them.
Yes, okay, so that's,
So
so
there is
literally just
that
like
as well.
start there.
You know, you have websites, you have Facebook, you still have the Prairie Press who puts a lot of information out
Yes.
every week. You have neighbors, families, and friends.
If one were
So,
to come to the
use
courthouse and ask, like literally, when you come inside and you're like, okay, I'm gonna go, I have been in Port Augie's office 1,000 times asking questions and where to go. I have been in this office and that office, and the girls in your office, they are amazing. And I've called them and asked the questions. So for people who aren't on social media, because that's been a thing, is that something, can they just call up here and be like, hey, I'm not really sure which office I'm supposed to call, but
Absolutely.
can you put me in contact?
You call my office anytime.
Okay.
That's what we're here for.
And you can get that number off of the website, like the Edgar County website. The one on Google is not correct. Look on the website.
www.edgarcountyillinois.com.
Okay. So just calling up here is how we can,
Just
once
call.
once that list gets compiled of the committees, we can ask the questions and potentially find answers here as well, like within the courthouse,
Folks,
right?
We'll do the best we can.
we need
We
to kind
appreciate
of wrap this up. Are there any other levy questions? And then I've got a couple of things I want to say. Anything that we have left unaccomplished? I mean, I want you to know that over the next several weeks, before we actually approve the levy, we'll be communicating it. So through the website and whatever we have to do, we've got a meeting on, is it today, or 27?
26.
26. is
Study
the next-
session 24th,
Right. and
formal
then the-
voting.
Yeah, we'll have a
24th,
study
26th.
session on the 2 days before that on Monday. So, education, we'll talk about education and how we can help get the words out. And that can be as simple as making sure we get a list posted of the various agencies. It could be a listening question center, session. I don't know yet, we'll work on it, okay?
Well,
Thank
the only thing I'd like to say is that every single person that I've spoken to is against a tax increase. So when you do make your vote for the levy, please understand that.
Oh, yeah.
Your constituents are saying no. Your vote is your vote. But I'm just relaying the messages from the people I've spoken to.
Okay.
That's absolutely right. Couldn't agree more.
Yes, sir.
I just want to say thank you very much for having this today. It's very opening, and if we could do this more often, it'd be nice. Now, my next question is, we don't have to come to board meetings. Can we sit in on them and learn some of this stuff?
We have them right here.
Right here.
Now, the study sessions are out, but if we start getting more people, we may have to adjust. Study sessions are out at the highway office, out by the new jail, right across from the new jail.
Now, does this get listed in the newspaper of when the sessions are?
Well,
I guess I could ask
On
the
the
website.
It's on our website.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
all that information is on our website, and also, we record all of our study sessions and all of our county board meetings, and they're on our YouTube.
Really? Okay.
Just launched from our website, and you can go back for how many years, any meeting, just
in a
click it.
couple of days, you can go back and watch yourself today.
That's right.
I hear it's on Facebook already. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's like calling.
I thank everybody.
Oh, yeah.
It works both ways. When we first got on the board, Carl and I, it's, Well, we just think we've done, I think, the best job we can of being open.
Right.
And in fact, a lot of agencies, you've heard of FOIAs, where you have, if you're asking, we'll get it to you. I mean, we're not gonna give you his phone number, but he'll give you mine.
217-251-3261.
Hold on.
Hey, white pages still exist,
All
I'm
right,
just saying.
everybody, yes,
But
Carl?
talking about that, when we first got on the board, I don't know how many $100,000 we were in debt.
We were $750,000 in debt when I got on.
Well, it was a lot higher than that when we got
When
on.
you got on.
And we didn't, and we reduced it down to nothing, but we didn't do it by taxing people, we did it by watching our spending. That,
Right.
and that's the key, in my opinion.
Yeah,
And this tax increase for me is not acceptable. It just isn't. And, you know, I brought that to the chairman's attention, and that's why we're working on trying to get it down to make it more reasonable, because like you said, you talked to hundreds of people. I've talked to a lot of people lately, and a lot about solar, but everybody, most everybody brings up about, what are you gonna do about taxes? They're sick. You know, we need to make a stand here. In my, you know, from a philosophical thing, make a stand.
Carl, the
And
list
I'm ready
is,
to do that.
the list is endless of the things that people wanna know about. They wanna know what's going on with the jail, how's that going?
Right.
We hear there's a problem with the concrete, they did this.
And
The
we got that
questions come
resolved.
up, and I believe that,
Right,
but they don't know.
right, yeah.
So the questions are all over the board on everything.
And I think Augie just gave you a perfect answer to give to those people is if they're unable to attend the meetings, go to the YouTube channel and watch them. It takes a little bit of ownership, as Lisa spoke to go back and find the information. Again, it is one of those things where it is very easy to complain, but if you give them the information, they have to do some research themselves to listen to that. Because I myself personally, obviously I picked a terrible day to start on the county board. I myself have.
Terrible today.
Have seven years been attending county meetings, and I can tell you that everybody sitting here that has been on here has questioned departmental budgets with a fine tooth comb. They do not want to cut human people. They would rather cut goods and look at any way that they could to make sure that there is no property tax increase or no tax increase to the constituents at all. There's never been a person on this board in the 7 years that I've been attending that said, you know what, I think we should raise taxes. That has not happened. So I think everybody's on the same page. The constituents that you're talking to, the same ones I'm talking to. I personally have never had anybody come to me in all of my life and say, hey, I think we should pay more in taxes. It's just not a thing. It's like saying you want to put in landscaping that takes a lot of work. Nobody says that. But at the end of it, it's that there is some onus on the individual who is paying the tax to do the research, and that includes watching the YouTube videos, that includes going to the county's website, looking at the agendas, showing up at the meetings. If you're passionate about road work and we're gonna be voting on something about road work, welcome you, please come, give us your opinion, let us be open in dialogue with that. But there is some onus back to the taxpayer to look at where those boards are being held, what their budgets are, what they're asking for in their levies, because the county is just one taxing body on that property tax bill.
Thank you all.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate it.
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
yes, Silas,
I'm
go
sorry,
ahead.
Literal. We had one board member committed against the tax increase.
I can't.
We have one board member committed against the tax increase. How about the rest of them?
Carl, you're
You just
Well,
said.
kind of you want to qualify what you're saying?
Well, there's going to be a tax increase, it's just a matter of what.
But you gotta
And the
control
7 3/4 is unacceptable. And I think probably, I'm not going to speak for everybody else, but I think everybody agrees that it's got to be lowered. And, you know, there's ways that we can make cuts.
You weren't here earlier. We've identified enough to bring it at least down to in the 4%, 4.5%. somewhere around there. Well, I'm just telling you, you ask.
So am I gonna get a 4.5% increase on my unit on my farm next year? Yes. No.
Only on the county portion.
The county's portion.
You know,
That's-
we're only
Won't get no.
14%, but I can't speak for the school board. They might raise it 8%.
When he answered.
But-
Silas is asking if he's gonna get more money for his corn to offset it.
So you're not gonna, we're still down the toilet. The rest of you are up on top. So we're not gonna
Get
get.
your wine and we'll go eat lunch.
Silas is buying, we're all going with him.
What is it,
So you can't-
what is it, onions
So
and
you can't
tomatoes
get no-
and cottage
Can't
cheese?
get no straight answer about. what
No,
it's-
we're giving you a straight answer.
You gotta
They're
go through
trying,
that
is
and
what,
then-
they are trying to figure out what can be.
We still have to-
Well, we've already come up with enough to lower it from 7.75 to 4.75, and we're gonna continue to work on it.
And we appreciate that.
We have committed.
But we still have to pay bills.
For
Yeah.
sure, for sure.
We have to pay bills.
You guys have bills just like we do, and it's just
And
more
there's
about.
You know the fuel bill, you
They
know
do go up every year.
the
Yours has.
electricity.
Yeah.
It's probably gone up more than 5%.
It has.
Insurance is through the roof.
Well, they got the farm, well, you know how that works.
Right.
They're trying to get that stuff up to what the black ground makes, and they gonna do it.
I know.
So it's went up ridiculous. All those figures, they got some scrub stuff.
Yeah.
We just ain't gonna do it. And you're wanting another, well, wanted now, you want 4%, so it's still, it's just the way it is. You're gonna get it, so that's great. We're gonna pay for it.
Every one of us here pays taxes.
That's right.
I don't want mine going up.
And sadly, I think that that's why you see so many homes and properties on the market, because people understand that when you rent, you don't have to pay property taxes.
I think another thing is everybody's so upset over this 7 and what percent that the county's doing. Drive by a school board meeting on a night, you never see anybody there. I think we all probably need to start going to them, because that's where some of the big raises are, is from the school board. And if we're gonna sit in this courthouse and we're gonna sit here and gripe about this, we need to be going to other board meetings, and the school board is definitely where we need to start, because there's a lot going on there that has a lot to do with higher taxes and everything.
And those meetings are of an evening, but if you can't make those meetings, each district in Edgar County has a picture of their board on their website with their names. Seriously, go look them up and try and approach them in public. I guarantee you that they're not gonna speak about it.
They won't.
Question them.
I had a teacher a few years ago that told me I had no business as a grandma at a school. And I thought, you better think second on that again, because parents are busy. Somebody's gotta go in there and speak for those kids.
Yeah.
If they think I ain't gonna be there, they better think again.
My valid point is, I don't think the county boards are a problem, I think it's the damn school system, excuse the language, but I think it's the county boards, or the school boards that is causing a lot of the upset in our community right now.
I completely agree, but I think that, as you said, as everybody said, everybody has a piece of the pie, right?
Yeah.
And every single one of that, every one of those pieces need to be looked at, diagnosed, digested, and just deep dive into, because every single one of them, I would guarantee you, there are things that can be done away with or are not producing results that most of the constituents would agree with. I know this is very small, right? I agree 100%, but I think each and every one of those pieces of the pie have some problems.
We don't consider ourselves off the hook.
Absolutely.
And we appreciate that
you guys,
part
I
of
know.
that. Seriously, we do.
You guys held this meeting today shows a lot of respect.
And the fact that you welcomed us back in.
You
Thank
welcomed
you
us
for
back
that.
in after a recess.
Yeah, I'm sorry I had to do that, but that was the only
I
way.
appreciate you
There
at
were
least
a
doing
lot
it
of
and giving us another chance.
Agreed.
You folks take care. Maybe we'll see you again here soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll keep you informed.
No, go ahead. You go get you some lunch.
I do look around the room.
You're getting hungry, Silas.
Late in my son and my daughter's class.
Yep.
Ready to back to work?
Yep. She's 91.
Yeah.
We're adjourned.